say this all the time, in the sense that we have a very, very young population, in the sense that maybe 70% of the population are under 30, for example. So it is not, for example, it's not far-fetched to say that the majority of people in Nigeria today did not really experience Abacha. It might sound crazy, but Abacha was what? Over 30 years ago now. If the vast majority of the population are under 30, then many of them have no recollection of him. And this is something that was in our recent history, right? So because of that, a lot of young people have grown up under crypto. So let's say we take crypto starting point as 2015 or 2017 or 2015, right? That is what, 10 years ago now. Somebody who was 15 at the time would have grown up to become an adult under crypto. And the point I'm trying to make here is that crypto has given a lot of young people a kind of very dangerous risk appetite, in the sense that they've grown up doing crypto and they now think that it is perfectly normal to make some money and to lose everything, right? It's perfectly okay or normal for you for the valuation of something you buy to go to zero. Whereas in the actual world of normal stock investing or investment, that is very unusual. It's not normal for you to invest in the normal stock market and the value of the thing you invest in just goes to zero. But because it happens every day in crypto, and a lot of people have grown up under that crypto, and it is their first time of ever doing any kind of investing. There are a lot of young people who have been doing crypto for 5, 6, 7 years, and they've never actually done what you might call, quote unquote, the normal stock market. So crypto is all they know about investing. And when you're investing in crypto that much, and that's your whole frame of reference, then your risk tolerance, unfortunately, widens to the point that is really, really dangerous, in the sense that you're just okay to tolerate something going to zero, and to you it's just part of life, that sort of thing. I wouldn't do that. I mean, I have a family. I cannot put my family savings or anything in something that can go to zero. My risk appetite is not that much, because when I first started investing, it wasn't crypto I started investing in. I was investing in normal stock market. Even if you lose money, but you don't lose everything just like that. And it's not a normal thing for me that an investment I put money in can go to zero and I'll just lose everything. So I think, the summary of this is that because we have a lot of young people in Nigeria is a very, very young population, we might not really realize that, the Nigerian stock market has been just there. It's been in a lot of it is in the doldrums, that kind of thing. So we are not really thinking of the fact that a lot of young people in this country, because of the nature of our population and the demographics of Nigeria, have grown up under crypto, and the risk and reward of that particular industry is their only frame of reference, and they've come to normalize that is how things work, in the sense that you put money, you put $100, okay, you can make $100, and then you can also lose the entire $100.
And of course, there's no doubt at all that young people tend to want quick money. But let me ask you this: look, you've seen the response of the EFCC and SEC. I mean, both agencies coming out to say that they're going to investigate, and SEC also saying that, look, it won't. But, I'm just wondering, didn't the EFCC know about CBEX before it went bust? What about SEC? Didn't it know about CBEX before it went bust? And if SEC, for instance, had always known that, look, that CBEX operated illegally, why didn't it make the move to stop it? Why didn't the EFCC, for instance, make the move to stop it before it went bust? And now we're seeing this reaction, and that I'm just wondering, you look at the reaction of these agencies, SEC, EFCC, you think they did quite enough, especially when it comes to protection of those who, yes, it's true there were warnings out there, but don't you think they should have done more than they did to prevent this from happening?
Yes, I agree. Yes, definitely. I agree with you. You're right on that, in the sense that our regulators don't take a proactive approach to things. So, regulation for a lot of our Nigerian regulators is that, something has happened. We enter, we release statement, we issue statement, we start chasing people, arresting people. But there is a world in which a regulator can also be proactive. The thing with CBEX is that it happened openly. Like I mentioned earlier, because of the social proofing nature of it, where they were saying, bring people. You get rewards for bringing in people. It was happening on social media. People were talking about it. It was all there. I first heard about this whole CBEC about 4 weeks before it crashed. So it was, and I don't even live in Nigeria, but you could tell that something was going on. Now, in fairness, we cannot say the regulator can stop everything while it is happening. But if the SEC had issued just one statement before it crashed and said, we are warning the public about CBEX, we're hearing about it, then I will give them some credit. But right now, there's no evidence that they said anything about it. And it was happening. In fact, there was a TV program that I saw where there was I saw a clip on social media where people actually, it was an event, the people who brought CBEX to Nigeria or whatever, and TV stations went there and interviewed them. It was all done very openly. So now that it has crashed, everyone is trying to cover their behind and act like, we are warning you. And they will probably arrest one or two people or cracking down. But, I think we need to encourage our regulators to take a more proactive approach to this thing. It is not difficult, right? SEC can have tools to monitor social media. Just constantly monitor and say, okay, what is happening? What are people talking about in relation to financial instruments or investment, that sort of thing. And you can pick up these things early. CBEX started last year, right? And if anybody had Googled CBEX, you will see that the Hong Kong SEC in around April last year, they put out a statement warning people in Hong Kong about a company called CBEX and warning them that they are not regulated and for people not to invest in that thing. This was April 2004. And now, so it was out there. It was all out there on the internet. So if anybody had, and SEC could have done this and said, could have done the same thing and warned people in advance. Now, CBEX came to Nigeria, obviously because they thought that, Nigeria is a soft touch, that you can get away with stuff there for a while. And they ran the thing for 6-7 months and they made the money and they run away. So, our regulators need to be a bit more proactive. It is not difficult. Technology there's nothing complicated, or even there's tools out there that can help you monitor social media. If people start to talk about something, they are tweeting about all this kind of thing, then you just need to be able to monitor and say, okay, investigate. What is this thing that people are talking about? What is this CBEX thing? And once you do your investigation, it shouldn't take long. You can then begin to put out statements and warn the public that be careful. This thing is not regulated. We are warning you, and if we catch anybody behind this thing, we are going to arrest them or we are going to prosecute you. That sort of thing. Even if the thing still crashes and people still lose money, but it gives the regulator a lot of credibility for the next one. Because people now say, SEC warned us about CBEX that time, and it crashed, and their warnings were proven correct. Next time they give a warning, people might take them a bit more serious, and that's how you build up a lot of credibility. Not when the thing has crashed, people have lost money and all that kind of thing. Then you now start issuing statements every day and telling us that CBEX is not regulated. Of course, it was not regulated. That's why they've taken money and run away. It's a scam. Everybody knows that scams are not regulated in Nigeria.
Right.
So there's nothing. What are you? If you are telling us now that the thing was not regulated and whatever, it is meaningless.
Do you think it's possible to recover this money? The EFCC making that pledge. You think it's possible to recover the money?
No, I don't think so. I think first of all, I think one thing we must try and understand is that how much money was lost exactly. This is it's not an easy question to answer because, if we use just a random example, if you put in $100 in CBEX, right? Let's just assume that you put in $100. The thing was giving you 100% returns a month. So after 1 month, you have $200. That's what the thing will be telling you that you have. Then after that, the next month, 2 months, you have $400. 3 months, you have $800, right? 4 months, you have $1,600. 5 months, you have $3,200. And then 6 months, you have $6,400, right? So you can see how $100 can grow. As long as they're not withdrawing it, it is illusory. It's not real money. It is just the platform, playing a psychological trick on you. And then, so I think the question here is to say, first of all, how much did people actually put in this thing? And we have to separate that from what the platform was showing as the value that people had at the end. Because, what people put in is quite different. If somebody is giving you 100% a month returns, then that numbers can grow very, very quickly. So, I think that's the real investigation. And because this thing was crypto, I mean, crypto is if money goes into crypto, I don't know. Maybe the Americans, maybe the Americans, if the Americans want to recover crypto from somewhere, they can do it, But I don't think that SEC or anybody in Nigeria has the tools or the capabilities to actually seize a wallet or seize where crypto funds are stored, and then again, how do you even identify who had money? It's a whole mess. How do you identify who actually put money inside of it? How do you do that? How do you give them, what is the platform has collapsed, I mean, how do people put money? I have no idea. How do people put money inside? Crypto is not even, the whole thing is outside legality. So I think, there's no way for people to recover this, and we don't even know how much was actually lost compared to what was the valuation that people were expecting.
Fayifami, thank you very much for coming on the show, and thanks a lot for your insights.
My pleasure.
Thank you, appreciate it. Well, that's just about it for the program this week. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول يتذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له القاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول يتذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Mourn as Pope Francis dies at age 88. Jos residents stage protest over Plateau State killings. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu returns to Nigeria from Paris trip. It's glad to have you joined us on the news on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Tamilore Akinkwole. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has joined global leaders in mourning the death of Pope Francis, who passed away at the age of 88 on Monday morning, just a day after making a surprise Easter appearance at St. Peter's Square. In a heartfelt tribute, President Tinubu described the late pontiff as a humble servant of God, a tireless champion of the poor, and a guiding light for millions. The president urged Nigerians and the global community to honor the Pope's memory, not just with word, but through acts of justice, unity, and mercy. The death of the Argentine-born Pope, who led the Catholic Church since 2013, has drawn condolences from world leaders across faiths. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, Russian President Vladimir Putin, Israeli President, Iranian officers, and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky also paid tribute to his legacy of peace-building, interfaith dialogues, and advocacy for the vulnerable. Pope Francis had been hospitalized for over a month with double pneumonia, but made a public appearance on Easter Sunday before his passing the following morning. And in Nigeria, amid renewed violence and growing casualties, Christians in Plateau State staged a peaceful protest on Monday to decry the unrelenting attacks that has ravaged communities in the region. Organized by the Church Denominational Leaders Forum and the Christian Association of Nigeria in Plateau State, the march served both as a call for peace and a solemn tribute to the many lives lost. Men, women, youth, and the elderly took to the streets holding placards and banners, visibly grieving and demanding justice. Organizers said the peace walk was prompted by the persistent and bloody attacks blamed largely on bandits, with over 100 people killed, and the latest wave of violence in April alone. The recent violence has reignited memories of the 2023 Christmas Eve massacre in Bokos, which claimed around 150 lives, deepening fears that security crisis in Plateau and neighboring Benue State continues to spiral. And it's been 18 days since armed men yet to be identified launched a deadly attack on several communities in Bokos, Plateau State, leaving many residents dead and property destroyed. Now, the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development visited the area to commiserate with victims and assess the situation. He stopped at the Church of Christ in Nation and Thomas Catholic Church in Bokos, assuring residents that the Nigerian government is providing temporary relief, including over 400 bags of rice, roofing sheets, and building materials. He added that additional support will be provided in collaboration with the state and local governments, stressing the need for a coordinated response.
Number one is food, which I provided temporary food. I brought 400 bags, 450 bags of rice, and some other. I brought roofing materials. I brought building materials for them too. We need to add more from what they're asking me to do. We need to add more, which I'll reinforce and ensure that we add more. But I think we'll talk also with the state government and local government also, because when it comes to humanitarian activities, it goes beyond federal government. The immediate government is the local government and the state government. Work together with them to ensure that we give dignity. Like I rightly mentioned to them that any plateau son now that is playing politics with the life of these people is unjust to these people. These are innocent people. They're just living in peaceful communities, serene community. As you can see it, very, very serene community who are just local farmers and being murdered, killed, destroyed. Their livelihood being destroyed is just not inhuman. And I think where we work with every son of Plateau.
Villages that have been vacated because most of them have been people, and most of the people here in this village are either in Bokos or inside Hurti.
Now, joining me to discuss the recent resurgence of insecurity in the northern part of Nigeria is security expert Jaye Gaskia. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, what do you make of the resurgence of violence in the northern part of the country after a period of relative calm? And what could you say is fueling the...
Thank you very much for having me. I think that there are a combination of reasons and factors why we witness a resurgence. And I know that people sometimes don't like to also, mention some of the facts that are obvious. But if we look at the history of violence in our communities and in our country, we see this cycle of resurgence, and it may, just like the minister alluded to in that in his when in that interview, we cannot also completely rule out the fact that politics may also be playing quite a big role in the current dispensation, because usually when we are mid-term and beginning the second half of a regime, and people are beginning to prepare and mobilize again for elections in less than a year or a year and a half, we begin to see some of these mobilization of grievances, and when that is done, then people, conflict entrepreneurs, people who are simply just would derive some benefits from violence and conflict, are also watching the situation, and they also seem to want to take advantage of the situation. So sometimes people like these who organize this kind of criminal attacks and activities also look to see a period when they think that there is quite a number of fault lines in the context, in terms of the relationship between politicians and so on and so forth, and so therefore also relative vulnerability of communities, and then they strike. They seize that opportunity to strike. So we cannot completely rule out the fact that that may be a factor. That said, I think that the biggest challenge really with and why insecurity seems to we seem to be having this resurgence of insecurity in more or less like in a cyclical manner. More or less even predictive cyclical manner is really because of also what I would call the complete emasculation of the third tier of government and the complete absence of governance at the local government level. The minister again mentioned the fact of talking to local governments and the rest of that. But I mean, simply, there are really no local governments. And so who are you really talking to? So until you do have a government at that level that can respond to issues, not just the issues of development, but also the issues of security, then it will be very difficult to actually contain this.
All right. Sorry to cut you short, but now let's talk about the people. We see that the people in just staged a protest. Now, from a security standpoint, how effective do you think peaceful protests like this would draw the attention of the government, and they would actually make actions to protect these people?
Yeah, I mean, basically, people are protesting because really now you have to really take your own, you have to take your destiny into your own hands, because it seems as if people have been abandoned. They seem to be not to be protected. So the best way, the best way for people actually to act now, other than to take the laws into their hands, is this kind of peaceful protest to call the attention, to draw the attention of government and relevant government authorities to this institution. But this people have taken their own initiative. I would also expect what is lacking really now is actually the initiative on the part of leadership and on the part of the elite, and so it's difficult. I would expect that given the context of Plateau State, given the context of Benue State, in the North Central generally, where conflicts that are arising from this kind of unscrupulous attacks on innocent people can easily take on ethnic and religious divisions. One would expect that this is the time that the leadership and the elite across religious lines, across ethnic lines, would actually be mobilizing. I would have loved to see a situation where, rather than just seeing for example, Christian leaders mobilizing, I would have loved to see a situation where it's an interfaith thing, and you are seeing both Christian and Muslim leaders out there leading, jointly leading, so that they are sending a message to citizens that this is not one faith against the other faith, but these are just criminal elements against the whole of society.
All right, security expert Jai Gaskia, thank you so much for lending in your thoughts, as always. Now, moving on, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is set to return to Nigeria on Monday, which is today, after nearly 2 weeks abroad, according to the Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga. Bayo Ononuga, who is the Special Advisor on Information, announced Tinubu's imminent return in an ex-post on Monday. The president had traveled to Paris on April the 2nd for what was described as a 2-week working visit, later moving to London during the Easter weekend. While away, the presidency assured Nigerians that President Bola Tinubu remained actively engaged in national governance. And the residents of Kip and Tushira communities in the Federal Capital Territory were all smiles as ongoing road construction projects in their areas neared completion. According to the site engineer, about 50% of the binder work has been completed, with full asphalt layering expected to be done by next week. The target date for completion is May the 14th, 2025. Now, FCT Minister Yeson Wike, who also visited the site, emphasized the economic potential the roads would unlock, noting that better road access could reduce rural-urban migration and lower housing costs as more people settle in satellite towns. On concerns about neglected roads and federal housing estates, the minister clarified that such estates are private developments and not the federal government's responsibility.
Like you know, we've been to Katy. Now, this leads to Takoshara. Like the emphasis Mr. President has always made, we should not only concentrate in the cities. We should take development to the satellite town. You can see how happy the residents were in Katy in particular, and heavily populated area. And you also understand, if you go to Takoshara, how happy they will be. I want to commend the chairman of AMAC, who drew our attention to these two very important roads. But for him, probably we would not have, taking our attention to this place. I'm happy with what the contractors are doing. Hopefully, by the end of May, these 2 roads will be inaugurated as part of the second year anniversary of this president. So we're very happy with what we're seeing.
In a colorful celebration blending tradition and compassion, the China-Africa Mazu Culture Association hosted the 1065th anniversary of the Mazu, the Reverend Chinese Sea Goddess, alongside the launch of the Together Fight Against Hunger charity program at TDH Resorts in Lekki, Lagos. The event, attended by over 200 Chinese devotees and local dignitaries, showcased rich cultural displays with incense rituals and drum beats. Chinese Consul General in Lagos, Yan Yunchin, emphasized the importance of cultural exchange and unity, calling Mazu a symbol of virtue and great love. As part of the newly launched charity initiative, 25 children from low-income households received 100,000 naira scholarships and food supplies, reinforcing the celebration's social impact.
Culture knows no boundaries. So today I'm so glad to participate in the celebration of 1065th anniversary of Mazu's birthday, also Ologun's birthday. Yeah, so Mazu symbolizes the godness of sea, and also the symbol of kindness, love for the people. All Chinese people love Mazu, and now Mazu culture is most important part of Chinese traditional culture. And also, I'm so glad that today in Nigeria, especially in my district, and we have China-Nigeria Friendship Mazu Cultural Association. So I think that here they can spread our Chinese culture and also enhance our mutual understanding and friendship between China and the Nigeria people.
Mazu Boyo Cultural Association is more like, is similar. It has similarity with our own Olokun festival. You can see the sighting of the temple is in front of the ocean, and most of the time, like in my own community in Egmi, our forefathers cited this same, cultural heritage that we call Olokun in front of our own lagoon, because Mazu Boyo is a goddess of water. Olokun also is a goddess of water. And Olokun is worshipped all over Nigeria, all over Yoruba land, and by extension to some other African countries. And you can see it now that it's being worshipped all over the world.
News Now will now go on a short break, but still to come, world finance leaders meet in Washington amid global trade war and negotiations. We'll bring you details of the story right after this break.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other Paper Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. Now let's give you a quick recap of our top stories. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu joined global leaders in mourning the death of Pope Francis, who died at age 88 after a long illness. Pope Francis, who led the Catholic Church since 2013, passed away a day after making an Easter appearance. Condolences poured in from leaders including J.D. Vance, Russia's Putin and others across religious divides. The Pope was widely respected for promoting peace, interfaith dialogue and advocating for the vulnerable. The State of Judeo-Christians in Plateau State staged a peaceful protest to condemn ongoing deadly attacks on their communities. Organized by CAN and church leaders, the protest mourned over 100 people killed in April and demanded justice and security. The violence recalls the 2023 Christmas Eve massacre, fueling fears of worsening crisis in Plateau and Benue states. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Lime's World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. Welcome back. It's time for business news, and Okwayemi Owosheni is on standby. Over to you, Okwayemi.
Thank you, Tamilore, and welcome to Business News. The Director, President Donald Trump, warning it could have negative implications for Nigeria's manufacturing sector and the broader economy. Ajayi Kajiri noted that while tariffs are traditionally used to boost domestic industries, Trump's aggressive push to prioritize American manufacturing risk, disrupting international trade, including Nigeria's growing non-oil export to the United States. Now, with bilateral trade between Nigeria and the U.S. reaching 9.59 trillion naira in 2024, accounting for nearly 7% of Nigeria's total trade, the DG emphasized that the tariff hike comes at a particularly vulnerable time. Now, also speaking on the trade war, speaking to TV360 Nigeria about the implications of the tariffs on the African Growth and Opportunity Act, the CEO for the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, Muda Yusuf, noted that Nigeria has not fully capitalized on the trade benefit provided under the Act, especially when compared to other African nations.
When you compare our exports to that of Mauritius, to that of Lesotho, to that of South Africa, what we have been able to export under the Act is very negligible, you know. So with respect to in any case, the Act is meant to lapse this year, September this year. The African Growth and Opportunities Act is meant to lapse. But given the disposition of President Trump, this we can regard the AGOA as, you know, being terminated or being discontinued essentially. Because Trump is very, you know, bullish, is very firm, is very serious about issues of trade balance. And I'm not sure he's ready to listen to any particular advantage that has been given to any part of the world. So for all practical purposes, we can regard the AGOA as dead. So I think what needs to happen now for many countries, including Nigeria, is to begin to seek diversification of their export portfolio geographically, you know. And the good thing for us is that most of our non-oil exports, even oil exports, are to Europe. Europe is actually a major trading partner. although we import a lot more from China. Then we also have some measure of trade within the continent and all of that. But no matter how we look at it, this development is a wake-up call.
Well, that's it on business news. There will be no stock market update today as the stock market is closed because of the Easter holidays. Back to you, Tammy, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Okwayemi. Well, on the global scene, Paris will be paying a solemn tribute to the late Pope Francis on Monday night as the iconic Eiffel Tower will be going dark in his honor following news of his passing at the age of 88. Mayor Anne Hidalgo announced the symbolic gesture, praising the Pope for placing ecology at the heart of spiritual concerns and championing the cause of refugees during his papacy. Also, in a deeply moving tribute, the bell of the historic Notre Dame Cathedral rang 88 times, one for each year of the Pope's life, echoing across the city. The city of Paris is also set to dedicate a permanent location in memory of Pope Francis, celebrating a legacy that resonated far beyond the Vatican. And finance leaders from across the globe have converged in Washington this week for the spring meeting of the International Monetary Fund and World Bank Group, with the spotlight firmly on the escalating trade tensions sparked by U.S. tariffs. The meeting, traditionally a platform for discussion on debt relief, foreign investment and development financing, have been overtaken by concerns over President Donald Trump's sweeping new tariffs. The dramatic trade shift has already begun to ripple through the global economy, promoting urgent negotiation on the sidelines of the meeting. IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva has also warned of notable markdowns in economic forecasts due to the growing uncertainty and market volatility. And on entertainment, the famous Lagos Fanti Carnival, one of the city's most iconic traditions, has made a return after a hiatus. Supported by the Lagos State Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture, in collaboration with Robert Taylor's Media and Brazilian Descendant Association, the highly anticipated cultural celebration took place on Easter Sunday at the Remembrance Arcade at Tafawa Balewa Square. First held in the late 19th century by Afro-Brazilian returnees of Yoruba descent, the Lagos Fanti Carnival celebration aims to honor the legacy of the Afro-Brazilian community in Lagos State. Now, TV360 Simisola Adigun has more details in this next report.
The streets of Lagos Island came alive on Easter Sunday as the historic Lagos Fanti Carnival, which captures the identity, resilience, and creative spirit of the city, returned to its landscape. Blending Afro-Brazilian heritage with modern Lagos culture, the celebration featured colorful parades and choreography by carnival groups, as well as a rich display of fashion, food, and music, showcasing the energy and diversity of Lagos.
With the involvement of technology and the likes, I think I like this stage. I like the fact that the carnival attires and outfits, they are doing better in it. It's beneficial to everyone because now I learned that there are some dressing in Lagos that I don't know. I learned about it today. There are some ways that they do culture. Lagos too has culture. It's not like Lagos does not, people say Lagos does not have culture. Lagos too has culture. So I can just say we should bring back the culture to life. Let everyone be aware of it, that Lagos has culture.
Okay, Fancy Festival Carnival is a very fantabulous carnival. It is different from the other carnivals of festival. So this one is 100.
It's okay.
Beautiful.
We're enjoying it, but we can, they can do more better.
With roots stretching back to 1890, this dynamic celebration remains a symbol of history and community spirit.
We are very thankful that the Lagos State government, through the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, have decided to harness all this strength together, bringing all of them together and affording now generation and future generation to see what the whole concept it entails. And not to forget that it also helps to improve the economy. of Lagos.
For quite some time, it's been a while I've been at a fancy carnival. And for the first time in a long time, I can say this is quite something different from the usual stuff. You know, I grew up around the island, and I've been attending a fancy carnival since I was a kid. So for the first time, like I said, in a long time, this is something new, and the setup is quite different and it's quite magnificent.
As the Lagos Fancy Carnival returns to the city with renewed energy, the Lagos State government highlights the importance of deepening cultural awareness and safeguarding ancestral legacies. Simisolajiko, TV360 News.
Make some noise for DJ Sanwo-Olu!
And finally, on sport, all 4 Syria marches scheduled for Easter Monday have been postponed following the death of Pope Francis at the age of 88. The affected features were initially set to take place on the Italian national holiday, but will now be played on Wednesday, April the 23rd. Pope Francis
China and Africa, advancing together and planting the seeds of their dreams in the vibrant and hopeful landscape of the 21st century. Nurturing these seeds with friendship and cultivating them with sincere dedication, setting an example of cooperative partnership grounded in a shared destiny. These are seeds that are bound to grow and bear fruit. Under the same starry sky, and with a vision for the future of all humanity, the people of China and Africa are expanding their horizons and extending their reach, moving forward together toward a future brimming with boundless hope. This is Inkoa Stelgen, an international student from the Republic of the Congo at the University of Jinan. Today's the big day, the day of his PhD dissertation defense.
除了结婚之外的另外一个大任务，所以现在我的心情都很复杂。
Inkoa Stelgen was born in a mountainous village in the northern region of the Republic of the Congo. In 2012, his alma mater, Marien Ngawabi University, partnered with the University of Jinan to establish a Confucius Institute. Inkoa Stelgen enrolled as one of the institute's first students. 3 years later, he began an 8-year journey as an international student in the University of Jinan.
各位老师、各位同学，大家下午好，我是来自康口部的曹格。然后接下来我可能要用英语开始讲我的 PPT。我还记得我上小学的时候，我天天打仗，就是跟同学，然后他们为了调笑我，他们也可以模仿我走路的那个样子，对。然后我一看了，我就跟你拼命了。我知道我跟别人长得不一样嘛，只有学习这一条路。
But at the University of Jinan, Inkoa Stelgen didn't just focus on learning Chinese. He chose a more challenging path.
非洲有很多水，但是都是没有把这个水处理好的技术，所以来中国的目的也是把处理水的过程中学好，然后将来回国，哪怕是去别的国家，我就要是给老百姓服务，也给他们一个美好的生活吧。这喝的大家喝干净的水，就不用生病。
两位委员会经过评议及无记名投票表决，一致同意通过曹可博士学位论文答辩，建议授予工学博士学位。非常感谢。
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Having risen to the challenges he has set himself, Inkua Stelgen is now heading toward a bright future. Inkua Stelgen's hometown has also undergone significant changes in recent years. Sino-Congolese cooperation projects like the National Road No. 1, the China-Congo Friendship Hospital, the Kintele Sports Complex, and the Confucius Institute at Marian Ngoabi University, Inkua Stelgen's alma mater, have transformed many lives. This summer, to celebrate his graduation, Inkua Stelgen embarked on a trip. He chose to visit a place he'd long dreamt of visiting.
朋友们，下午好。下午好。听说过刚果共和国吗？非洲。听说过。听说过。哦，我作为一个大学生，给小朋友介绍一下我们的康果，好不好？好。OK。
2010年，这里曾发生过可怕的大地震。那时候，我的国家没有袖手旁观，康果和中国又是我两个家。遇到困难时，两个家互相帮助，互相支持。生活在两个家的我，真好啊！
After the 2010 Yushu earthquake in Qinghai province, the Republic of the Congo donated 16 million yuan to build the Sino-Congolese Friendship Primary on the roof of the world, despite their own limited financial resources. A gesture of warmth, opening a new chapter in the history of China-Congo friendship.
Bonjour Congo.
Bonjour Congo.
Bonjour la Chine.
Bonjour la Chine.
先拿你的分。
在这所学校，我最好的朋友是图当公宝，他带我去食堂吃他最喜欢吃的炒土豆，还带我去他的宿舍看他整齐的床铺，还带我去他的圣地，一个神秘壮观的足球场，还带我去他的家。
所以这里边都是猪粪。吃饭，宿舍里带不带？
我让他用相机随便拍一些什么送给我，我会一辈子记住他。
就是这样三舅舅的摩托，四舅舅的小汽车，那是我们的山绳，我的篮板，光果布。
One is an African university student from the heart of the Congo Basin, and the other is a primary school student living on the Qinghai Xizang Plateau. Despite their vastly different backgrounds and the distance between their homelands, they formed an extraordinary friendship. Standing together to overcome difficulties, this is the friendship between nations, between China and Africa, reflected in individual lives and illuminating a future full of possibilities. Tsavo National Park in Kenya is home to nearly all of Africa's animal species. With its unspoiled culture and diverse wildlife, this captivating land draws countless visitors from around the world. But there's a problem. The hotels within the park have long struggled with power shortages.
And we used to do generator power for just a few hours. So by 10 in the night, we have to switch off the generator. The guests were really inconvenienced. They couldn't charge their phones. They could use the fans in the room. So if it is hot, it is hot.
Fortunately, China-Kenya cooperation is supplying the solution to this and a host of other issues. Now that Kenya has started actively promoting the development of clean energy, solar panels are going up everywhere. The result is a steady supply of electricity pulsing into remote areas, much to the relief of Victor O. Yang and his guests. With a shared vision for the future of all humanity, China and Africa have chosen to join hands on the path of green development. Whether it's howling winds, scorching sun, or ever-flowing rivers, these natural energy resources are being harnessed in China-Africa green energy cooperation projects. The result, clean energy flowing continuously across this beautiful land, lighting up lives and the way to the future. In 2018, in the heart of Morocco, the city of Ouarzazate, known as the Gateway to the Sahara, saw the completion and launch of the world's largest solar thermal power plant, a joint project between China and Morocco. This plant now meets the electricity needs of over 1 million Moroccan households and can even export surplus power to Europe. With this transformation from an electricity importer to an exporter, Morocco, in partnership with China, has strengthened its commitment to developing the renewable energy sector. Omar Hassani, now 37 years old, joined a Chinese new energy company 3 months ago. Today is the day of his evaluation, marking the end of his probation period.
We will invite you to present what you did during your probation period with a PPT, and then we will ask you a few questions.
Actually, I was recruited as a quality manager. For my education background, I studied a bachelor degree in aeronautic engineering at Beijing University of Aeronautic and Astronautic, Beihang University.
Success. Omar Hassani has got through his evaluation, a full member of the team at last. The Chinese company he chose, BTR, is Morocco's first new energy company, and it produces lithium-ion battery anode and cathode materials. With years of experience in the automotive industry, Omar believes that electric vehicles hold the key to the future of Morocco's automotive sector. China's leading new energy industry is actively seeking broader development opportunities.
我们到摩洛哥投资的这个工厂应该是我们第5代，所以我们是带来最新的技术，不光是我们自己过来，还顺便会带来我们上下游的配套的供应商、合作伙伴，对摩洛哥汽车产业是一个非常好的补充。
But it's not just a big day for Omar Hassani. Thousands of miles away at the BTR factory in Jiangsu province, China, another important test is underway.
这是扣式电池的循环，应该是提升了接近3个点。
Yannick, the project leader for the Morocco initiative, is overseeing his team as they test the performance of battery materials.
真正在摩洛哥量产的时候，我们一个是要稳定住现有的状态，另外在新一代产品，我们在这个基础上再进一步的再提升一个层次。
This modern production line will soon be fully established in the Tangier Tech City in Morocco.
We will start another.
As a major milestone in the high-quality China-Morocco Belt and Road Initiative, Tangier Tech City has drawn numerous Chinese new energy companies. These companies will introduce world-leading industry chains and clusters in fields such as renewable energy and electric vehicle batteries, helping Morocco build a modern green future and advancing global efforts in sustainable, low-carbon development.
I love the poetry of it, you know, the green mountains, the lucid waters, silver and gold. China's action at home is really important. China's action abroad in this matter is very important. I've referenced renewable energy. It's remarkable that China has made these commitments and is exceeding the commitments on renewable already now.
Ethiopia, situated on the East African plateau at an average altitude of nearly 3,000 meters, is often referred to as the roof of Africa. Southwest of the capital, Addis Ababa, is an export processing industrial park invested in by a Chinese company, which is primarily focused on footwear manufacturing. At 55, Teka Entehabu is a regular visitor to this industrial park. As the former Minister of State at Ethiopia's Ministry of Trade and Industry, he frequently visits industrial parks to assess production conditions. Teka understands that for Ethiopia to thrive, manufacturing must be prioritized.
Our objective, or the policy objective, was to $1 billion export from the textile and garment, but unfortunately we could not meet the intended result. So I tried to link also the experience of China with our challenges.
In search of solutions to the country's developmental challenges, 3 years ago, Teka Entehabu went to Peking University's Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development to study for his PhD.
This is our flag. You know, this is the Ethiopian flag. Yeah.
Founded in April 2016, the Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development is dedicated to sharing governance experience between China and developing countries, with the goal of cultivating high-level government management talent across the developing world. The Institute represents a shift in China's cooperation with South-South countries, moving from financial and infrastructural support to the exchange of development wisdom and ideas, thereby enhancing contributions to global South-South cooperation efforts.
We cannot directly copy the China development model, but we can learn more and we can try to take some lessons, experiences, and we can apply to our country based on the situation, the environment we have in our countries.
Wang Yong, the academic deputy dean at Peking University, is also Teka Entehabu's PhD advisor.
Teka 的话，他原来当过这工业贸易部的这个国部长嘛，所以他对于贸易、对于产业一直是关注的。所以他们是带着问题来，但他是带着国际的比较来的。
To understand China's experience, one must return to the starting point of its development. Before returning to Ethiopia, Teka Entehabu visited Xinjiang. Xinjiang is the birthplace of the Xinjiang experience, a key success story from China's reform and opening up. Teka Entehabu hopes to find answers here for Ethiopia's development. In the past more than 40 years, Chendai town in Xinjiang has seen the emergence of over 7,000 shoe companies and supporting businesses. One company miraculously grew from a small family workshop into a billion-dollar publicly listed enterprise.
It's possible for the textile and garment, you know.
Yeah.
Is
So
that
this is very
picture?
initial picture.
That's 1982?
Yes, it's 1982.
Okay.
So it's not easy.
Yeah,
so
I know.
it's a magic
I know.
for we're
is.
so proud. Why it's called the Xinjiang experience? Just because a small business, how they can doing their initiatives to create their own advantage and make a success, and then a lot of business can work together to build this local regional economy to become a stronger one, and with the support from the government. Yes.
Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Xinjiang experience. Yeah. So this is a big lesson for us also. We need to work closely with the enterprise to fulfill the common vision, to bring the development of the country.
This summer, 35 students from 19 countries will graduate from the Institute of South-South Cooperation and Development. Over its 8 years, the Institute has trained over 400 high-caliber individuals for the governments of more than 70 developing countries, providing vital intellectual support for the modernization of their national governance systems and capacities.
I'm so keen, to bring some changes in my country. I need to make some differences in my country development. That's the motive of every student in the South-South Cooperation.
In 40 years, China went from being very poor to being a very, very successful, dynamic economy. So I think China has a very big role to play as showing the path of how to achieve rapid development.
South-South Cooperation is a remarkable initiative that promotes collective self-reliance among developing countries. As a leading member of the Global South and the largest developing nation, China remains dedicated to its mission of collaborating with other developing countries. This dedication is why China-Africa cooperation not only endures as a lasting friendship, but also serves as a model for South-South collaboration. With high aspirations, China-Africa cooperation looks to the future, aiming for new heights and endless possibilities.
热带气旋肯尼斯25号登陆莫桑比克北部地区。
In March 2019, tropical cyclones ravaged Africa. Mozambique, among other countries, was especially badly affected, suffering severe flooding. 2 years later, in August 2021, Algeria faced devastating forest fires, resulting in major casualties. But bad as these events were, they could have been much worse were it not for China's meteorological and communication satellites orbiting the Earth. These provided timely and precise disaster warnings and information services to the affected countries, helping rescue teams save countless lives. Additionally, the deepening of China-Africa space technology cooperation has rekindled dreams that once seemed out of reach. On June 13, 2023, at Egypt's Space City in New Cairo, Professor Rafi, who is over 70 years old, is awaiting the result of the electrical performance test for the MISASat-2 flight model.
Of course, Egypt has a dream related to space projects or space activities.
Professor Rafi is an expert in theoretical research and equipment testing in Egypt's space sector. Throughout his 40-year career, he's lamented the absence of a fully independently developed satellite by the Egyptian Space Agency.
Our main dream is to make our own satellite, to develop our own satellite from A to Z.
As early as 1997, Egypt planned to develop its own satellite. However, due to technological barriers, this goal was never achieved. Nowadays, however, the failures that once haunted Professor Rafi are rapidly fading from view, overshadowed by the changes unfolding before him. Cui Yufu, the chief designer from the Chinese team for the MISASat-2 satellite, leads the Chinese testing team in close collaboration with Professor Rafi's team. The MISASat-2 satellite project consists of equal numbers of Chinese and Egyptian engineers at each position.
我们可以看到，埃方的工程师非常详尽地掌握了合作过程的所有的环节。当他们在总结的时候，从他们的脸上可以看到了自豪，看到了收获的满足感。
For Professor Rafi, this moment marks a dream come true. On December 4th, 2023, at 12:10 p.m., the MISASat-2 satellite, developed over 4 years, was successfully launched from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center. This represents another landmark achievement in China-Egypt cooperation. It's also a milestone for Egypt. the first African country with full satellite assembly, integration, and testing capabilities. Today, as China steadily advances toward becoming a space power, it warmly invites institutions and scientists from developing countries, including those in Africa, to join in space research, collaboratively cultivate cutting-edge talent, and work together on projects that will shape the future of humanity. Together, they explore boundless hopes for a brighter future within the infinite possibilities of the cosmos. At 6 a.m., while the tranquil town of Carnarvon is still waiting for the morning light, engineers from China and South Africa are already preparing to set out. Their destination is a desert area more than 100 kilometers from the town.
I叫张磊，来自中国电科54所。我们单位呢在河北省的石家庄。然后我们这个团队呢，就是在南非呢，就是负责承建 SKA 天线。
The town of Carnarvon is located in the central Karoo Basin of northern Cape Province, South Africa. 20 years ago, this place was virtually unknown. Today, however, this once quiet town has become a hub for scientists and engineers from around the world, all drawn here by a groundbreaking scientific project. The SKA, or Square Kilometre Array, is a radio telescope with a total receiving area of 1 square kilometre. It is the largest aperture synthesis radio telescope ever constructed by humanity. This is the Meerkat radio telescope, which consists of 64 antennas. It is one of the precursor missions to the SKA. South Africa, selected as the site for the SKA, provides both the land and infrastructure needed for its construction. After 5 years of extensive preparation, in 2015, the China Electronics Technology Group Corporation's Network Communication Research Institute emerged victorious in the design competition for the SKA's mid-frequency antennas. Capturing radio waves from the universe requires extremely precise equipment.
如果我们不能够把自己的辐射水平控制在限值以下的话，我们的这个自身设备的辐射会淹没来自外太空的信号。那么可以说 SKA 的天线观测就是失败的。
To enable humanity to explore deeper into the night sky, countless individuals are working quietly behind the scenes.
看我从13年到现在，这都已经11年的时间了，我们还在改进呢，还在做验证呢。所以说，你看，就说明这个的要求是世界上独一无二的，是前所未有的难度跟挑战。
The successful development of the SKA antenna represents a significant contribution to world science. China is forging ahead in the development of cutting-edge antennae for the good of all.
The SKA telescopes is to give us a brand new step increase in our ability to see the universe and see things that they've never been able to see before, and possibly understand a little bit better of how we fit and how everything comes together. And that's going to be a very powerful legacy for generations to come.
As scientists gaze at the stars and reach for the edges of the universe, the spirit of science is revitalizing this once neglected town of Carnarvon.
And the game starts in 3, 2, 1, let's go!
The Robotics Schools program, a unique initiative launched by the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, aims to develop and inspire an interest in STEM skills in the schools around the development of the Square Kilometre Array.
The reason that I joined the robotics is because that I want to become an engineer.
My dreams are to be an astronomer. So I like watching the stars and discovering more about planets and other stuff.
I'm looking forward to welcome the next engineer. I'm looking forward to have an astronomer. Give them opportunities and make them to realize that nothing is ending in Carnarvon.
Dreams are the preserve of those who never stop looking up at the stars, even if their feet are firmly on the ground and caked in mud. Through all the storms and challenges, China and Africa have consistently stood by each other. They support one another in times of crisis and collaborate for mutual benefit in development. They achieve shared prosperity through exchanges and mutual learning between their civilizations. They are friends, partners, and brothers. Bosom friends make distance disappear. China and Africa are joining hands to advance modernization, create a better future for their people, nurture new hope for the world, and set a strong example in building a community with a shared future for all humanity.
Welcome to another episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkwolye. Now, every year, companies and institutions around the world grapple with the growing menace of forged certificates and falsified credentials. But one Nigerian startup is changing the game with an innovative solution, the Akawe app. Now, today we'll dive into the story of a revolutionary app that is tackling the global challenge of document falsification. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Akawe.
Akawe is an online platform designed to reduce the incidence of credential fraud in the job market. We've built out technology that allows employers to be able to instantly verify the authenticity of academic records, as well as technology that allows educators to be able to issue digital certificates easily. My name is Ayodiji Agbola, and I'm the founder of Akowe.
Initially, Akowe was funded with a simple mission: to approve and manage certificates for individuals. However, as demand for reliable verification grew, the app evolved into a cutting-edge platform used to confirm the authenticity of credentials and certificates.
The story starts from when we were trying to solve our own problem. We did have a contract in 2018 with Facebook where we were training lots of small business owners on how to use Facebook products for business. And after the training, we need to give certificates. We trained a total of about 70,000 people across 4 years. And you can imagine trying to give certificates to this large number of people. So I decided to build a simple solution that could easily issue these certificates out to these recipients. So we're looking for an English name for this application because I realized that we weren't the only ones who had the problem. There were other Facebook partners who had the same problem. And there were other educators out there who were running trainings and who wanted to issue certificates, and there was a need for a simple tool like what we had built. I was looking for an English name that would work. I just couldn't find any, especially as we wanted to buy a domain name that was appropriate. And we tried so many different English names, and after a lot of frustration not finding an appropriate name, I started to think, okay, maybe we should go indigenous with this. And the name Akowe popped into my head, and simply because of what it describes what the application does. At the time, the application would simply write your name on the certificate and then issue it out to you. So it was an application that writes, right? So that was why I named it Akowe. But it's turned out to be a great name because it's now even doing many other things around academic space, around graduates and the likes. And you know, typically a literate person is what you call an Akowe or a clerk, you know, in the Yoruba language. So that's the story behind that. So shortly after we launched the initial product, which was issuing of certificates, quite a number of our customers started asking, okay, thank you for this, but can you help us verify certificates? And that was obviously not why we built the application in the first place. Then we started looking into that problem, and then we realized that that was even a bigger problem because quite a number of either postgraduate schools or employers had a challenge trying to verify whether this person they're trying to hire, you know, actually has the grade that they say that they do. You know, because there's no system in place that is quick and fast that can help people, you know, actually get that information. Because what happens is, if you need to verify credentials, you either send someone to the school or you call the school, and that takes a bit of time before you get that answer.
Akowe has quickly gained recognition as a one-in-a-million solution to the global issue of document fraud by allowing companies and universities to verify and upload documents securely. The app has become a trusted tool for maintaining integrity in recruitment, academics, and more.
They just, you know, give themselves a little notch upwards to the next grade. So if you had a second class lower, you would say you have a second class upper. You know, most people don't go and say they have a first class. They just, you know, go to the next upper grade so that there is a higher chance that an employer could say, okay, you have a good grade, we can hire you. So that's what you find that is very rampant. Many times as well, because there are no systems to easily check, somebody who didn't graduate would have a CV that says they graduated from so-so school. You know, it's so hard to check. So even if you're book smart or whatever it is, you might get hired even if you didn't graduate from school, and then your performance might then start to show that, okay, you said you had this grade, how come your performance is this way? And that's how people have been discovered over the years, to see, okay, your performance doesn't meet what you say you have in your CV. So you have many of those types of different methods that people do often. So with what we have done, which we have aggregated a lot of academic records onto our platform, it means that you can check and you can get information instantly. So for providing that instant information to you, you pay. So to access the system, we allow you some free trials where you can sign up, create an account, go into the platform and check a few names for free. And after that free trial, then you have to pay to access, continue to access the information. So basically you pay to search and then you pay to download a generated report. That generated report is what you can keep in your files as HR department.
While these features have brought much needed efficiency to credential verification, some skeptics have raised concerns about the safety of sensitive data on the server. But Ayodeji, the visionary founder of Akọ̀wé, assures users that the app servers are maintained and protected steadily to prevent hacking and data breaches.
Your academic records are the permanent records. Once your academic record has been issued by your school, it's a permanent record. It's not supposed to change, right? People change it because of, nefarious reasons. So what we're building out a solution where people can list their academic records on our platform. And because it's supposed to be a permanent record, we use blockchain technology to secure that permanence. It's tamper-proof and all of that. But however, who's to say that what you are listing on the platform is actually authentic? That's why we have multiple ways for actually verifying what you are listing. Once we verify that what you are listing is the same thing that the university has issued, and there are multiple other ways that we can actually verify that information, we then make it tamper-proof on the blockchain. So in essence, what it means is that a person can have their academic dossier on the Akọ̀wé app and their entire education history going backwards or even going forwards, right? So with that, anybody should be able to check this person, which school did they go to for primary school, which school did they go for secondary school, what did they come out for the university with, and things like that. That entire academic history is important information. Right now it's scattered everywhere, and that's why Akọ̀wé is a very collaborative company. We're speaking with people who already work with secondary schools using software to say, hey, there's a lot of education history that you guys have access to. There are people willing to pay to see the education history. Let's collaborate and let's put it out together. So that helps to solve some of those problems.
The app's impact doesn't end there. Recognizing a broader need, Akọ̀wé has expanded its services to include undergraduates, enabling their credentials to be confirmed when they apply for loans. This feature is helping young people access opportunities while also ensuring transparency and accountability.
Right now, we're developing 2 new other products that we found that market is asking for, right? Again, people have come to us. We need to verify undergraduates. And something as simple as that, nobody in Nigeria today can do that. If you are an undergraduate, you are in 100 level, no. You are in 100 level, you're a 200 level student. Maybe a bank wants to give you 50% off to be able to buy this laptop. They cannot verify that you are a 200 level undergraduate from this school. It's just, there's no way to do that because there's no system in place that anybody can trust that says that you are actually an undergraduate from the school. Because are you going to bring your ID card? Anybody can make an ID card, right? So we're building a collaborative solution with the universities as well to say, let's be able to verify without a doubt that this person is an undergraduate, is doing microbiology, and is from this school. Next year, we can say, yes, he's still doing microbiology, but he's now in 200 level, right? And that cannot be done in isolation. It has to be a collaborative effort, private partnerships, universities themselves, and then customers from outside can pay to access that.
When asked about government collaboration, Akọ̀wé's leadership remains tight-lipped. However, the app has secured partnership with prominent organizations in Nigeria, a testament to its credibility and trustworthiness.
You really can't execute business without the government. You must register your business as a legal entity. So the government must be aware that you're doing something and what you're doing is legal, right? So, but the challenge has been that Nigeria is very peculiar in the sense that, great ideas often find their ways to the top and often just find a way to be replicated even when you get what I mean. So, and that's happened to us quite a number of times. So we figure that the goal or the objective, or if you're going to win in this market, that's probably not the way to go. We're also aware that the government is also trying to build out similar solutions. And, again, if everybody is trying to solve the same problem, I believe that collaborative efforts gets us there faster. Akọ̀wé is very difficult because it's not just B2B, it's B to universities. And if you understand universities, and not just Nigerian universities, universities across the world are not known to drive innovation. They're very slow to move. They're very, very academic, and therefore they're not very easily swayed to move into new technologies, especially African universities. So it's really, really difficult. And what we've been able to do is to show to them that there's a whole lot of revenue, there's a whole lot of innovation that if we work together, we can unlock a lot of revenue for they themselves, the universities, and a lot of ease for their stakeholders, graduates, lecturers, and for instance, it takes forever to get a transcript, even as of today. Like, why? Why should it take forever? The technology is there, the data is available, we just need to be able to work together. So the biggest challenge has always been that being able to work with universities in a way that technology would be the solution end to end.
One of the company's greatest milestones came on the global stage. Akọ̀wé's effort to bridge the gap in document verification earned them recognition at a prestigious event in the States, where they were celebrated for their innovative approach to a global problem.
I would say when we were invited to pitch at TechCrunch Startup Battlefield in the USA, it was 2023. We had applied for the program in around April, and I promptly forgot about it, and then in August I got an email to say, hooray, you're welcome, we're inviting you to the US to come and pitch your startup on a global stage. And that was a great milestone because for Akọ̀wé to have been chosen out of about 3,000 global applications, and they chose only 200, that was a great morale booster that, okay, we're solving something really global here. And TechCrunch, and if you know TechCrunch is a global brand, right? So that was validation for us. And that also helped us to realize that it was not a Nigerian problem, because standing on the stage in San Francisco, talking to a global audience about the problem you're solving from Nigeria, you had to find a way to make them relate to it. And there was a great aha moment where people realized that I'm from India, I have the same problem. I'm from Pakistan, I have the same problem. So that was a great moment for us to actually see that, okay, we are onto something here.
On the African front, Akọ̀wé has established a partnership with a company in Kenya, marking the beginning of its expansion across the continent. This collaboration underscores the app's mission to make the world a better place, one credential at a time.
Absolutely. So we have a partnership right now where that partner already sells credential verification in Kenya. And once that partnership has been finalized, it means that Akọ̀wé will be able to provide credential verification for Kenyans. So if you are a Nigerian trying to hire a Kenyan, you'll be able to come on our platform and verify that Kenyan based off of that partnership that we have. And it's a two-way thing. So that partner also will be able to access all of the records that we have in West Africa to be able to sell. So collaborations like that help us scale very quick. And this is not just a problem we're trying to solve for Nigeria alone. So think about West Africa, East Africa. The problem exists across sub-Saharan Africa, basically, and many parts of the world as well that are not on the African continent. So we want to make sure we focus on the first iteration. If it's good enough and people like it and people seem to find value in it, I think it then begins easily scale. Okay. Earlier we talked about the Benin Republic and issues that are happening there. We are in conversations with companies in Benin Republic where we're trying to say, this is our solution. We want to bring it into the country and actually help solve that problem. So already we see that the problems exist, and with digital technologies, you can scale and solve those problems at scale. But you have to get it right. And once you get it right, it's easily replicable, across countries.
Looking to the future, Akọ̀wé has bigger plans. The team is exploring opportunities to extend their services to secondary schools, focusing on reducing the alarming rates of fake results in WAEC and JAMB. This move will revolutionize the education system and provide a foundation for a more transparent academic process.
Welcome back. Now, global financial services often present daunting challenges for businesses in emerging markets, from arbitrary compliance thresholds to perceived risks and sudden service disruptions. Now, businesses frequently face obstacles that hinder their ability to scale and grow. Today, we turn our focus to a company revolutionizing cross-border payments and financial accessibility. Let's dive into the story of Waza and its groundbreaking platform, Link.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to, I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods. I'm Maxwell Obi. I'm the CEO of Waza.
Registered in the United States as a money service business, Waza specializes in foreign exchange and money transmission. Since launching its start in January 2023, the company has partnered with financial powerhouses like Visa and Currency Cloud to deliver payment services and account issuance. In just 1 year, Waza has served hundreds of businesses, processing an impressive $700 million in annualized payment volume while facilitating payments across 6 continents.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to, I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods.
But Waza is not stopping there. To address the unique challenges faced by businesses in emerging markets, Waza recently introduced a new product called Link. Designed as a viable alternative to existing financial solutions, Link offers multi-currency. These accounts enable payments to more than 100 countries and are equipped with robust features that extend beyond traditional wallets.
There's a big void that Link is feeling in the market, because traditional banks haven't been able to cater to the needs of these businesses over time. They have an outsized perception of risks for businesses that operate in higher risk jurisdictions like emerging markets in Africa, Southeast Asia, etc. And so we decided to plug that gap by launching Link, which is, it's not a different brand, but it's a different product under the same brand, right? And so it's still solving B2B payments from the perspective of FX and now banks. Small businesses, startups, other financial institutions, corporates, even large organizations can use Link. I would say if you have a need to operate in a global market, or you have a need for international banking, and you're operating in an emerging market, automatically you will be perceived as high risk, and we are the alternative, we are the go-to for you. So that's our target, right? And that's from a customer segmentation standpoint. If you take a wider scan from a market perspective, we want to look at markets that have a lot of cross-border activity and a lot of buzzing startup ecosystem, right, or startup activity. Even as we target corporates and large multinationals, right, or even if large corporates and enterprises are part of the customer segment, they are not our sole target. We know that startups are also super affected. So we want them to also bank on Link. We want them to come get their multi-currency accounts, do exchange, and just use us as a de facto banking platform to make payments to their vendors and suppliers globally.
What sets Link apart is its comprehensive payment support. This ensures businesses with operations across the globe which can efficiently manage their payments and focus exchange liquidity on a single platform.
Most people that have tried to provide multi-currency platforms approach it from a mature market mindset. We're taking a very localized approach, paying attention to emerging market businesses that cannot access international banking services. Like, I mean, if you take a quick look at what happened last year, banks like Mercury, fintech banks or other financial institutions like Mercury, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank began to shut down businesses that have either directors or UBOs in emerging markets that deem high risks, right? So it's not, we on the other hand have provided this service with a keen eye for streamlined compliance processes, speed, and cost, right? If you can bank with these guys, you can bank with us. And not only have we streamlined that compliance process for you, we can now give you can deliver your payments very fast within the same day. FX, yes, is a great value prop there, but it is not the entire thing. Transaction fees, we don't charge a monthly transaction fee, it's really cheap. Eventually, as we launch more features and evolve the product, there will be more customer segments unlocked, right? We're thinking about building APIs that will cater to other financial institutions that want to build on top of our infrastructure. And when we think about B2B payments, which is our core focus, it's usually happening in the context of trade. And trade can be seen as an ecosystem. There's a supply side, there's a demand side. So there are other things we will launch that will also cater to suppliers in different jurisdictions and unlock new customer segments. But today, businesses, importers, exporters, corporates, startups would be our ideal customer target.
Importantly, Waza clarifies that it is not a bank. Instead, the company partners with banks that adhere to strict rules and regulations in each country of operation. This strategic approach ensures compliance while maintaining flexibility and innovation.
First, Waza or Link is not a bank, we're a technology company. And so all of these services are provided in partnership with licensed financial institutions. So we've been able to build on top, I would say, really strict compliance protocols and whatever other value services that they can offer. Today, we're making great progress we want to launch interest on deposits, financing. These are all value-added services that makes us stand out, right? So it's not just, yes, we're going to give you faster payments, cheaper payments, a streamlined compliance approach so you can actually bank with us if you can get access to the US banking infrastructure. But also, eventually, we're going to launch other features to cater to all your needs for you to actually operate competitively in the global financial market.
Speaking about the operation in Nigeria, Maxwell Obi, the Waza CEO and co-founder, emphasized the adaptive approach to navigating local policies, highlighting Waza's commitment to supporting businesses in emerging markets.
First and foremost, we pay really keen attention to security, trust, compliance. We don't joke with these things. It's a top priority for us. I think I would also reemphasize that we are not a bank. We are a technology company that is building on top the services and licensing of banking partners that have strict adherence to AML, CTF, and other regulatory requirements, right? But beyond that, if you take a look at the banking side of things, these guys are already complying with all of these regulations, right? They're complying with the central bank regulations, the BSA Act in the US, and other regulatory bodies. So from a banking standpoint, there is that compliance aspect and trust and security. From a technology standpoint, we've also tried to pay attention to global standards in terms of building the product. So we've implemented bank-grade encryption, security protocols, and we also pay strict attention to KYC and KYB regulations. And we also licensed, right? We're registered as an MSB with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network of the US. We're also licensed by the central bank as an IMTO. So while why that regulation or directive is in place, we pay attention to it, and we try to operate together with our banking partners within the frameworks of the regulators.
Despite being incorporated and operational in the US, UK, and EU, WASA has identified a significant challenge for businesses with ties to emerging market. These barriers often lead to service discontinuation, uncompleted transactions, and disrupted trade flows, resulting in substantial financial losses and hampering business growth. Link was developed to address these critical issues. The platform's extensive payment capabilities and competitive FX rate ensures businesses can manage their finances efficiently while also scaling globally.
And that's how we have on today's episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolie. See you again next time.
Hello and welcome to another episode of 360 Health. I am Okechukwu Ukekwe. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has approved the recruitment of 34 resident doctors for a 7-year residency training to enhance healthcare delivery in FCT. The Senior Special Assistant to the Minister on Public Communication and Social Media, Lere Olayinka, made this known in a statement in Abuja. He explained that the 34 doctors would be the first batch of 60 medical doctors approved for residency training in 8 specialists in FCT administration hospitals. And the Sokoto State Commissioner for Health, Farouk Wurno, has expressed deep concern over the use of harmful traditional practices by local barbers in treating metal poisoning cases. The Health Commissioner commended the practice of making inclusion on patients' stomachs as a form of treatment and called for its immediate cessation. Speaking during the presentation of the government-supplied drugs for metal poisoning treatment at General Hospital, he emphasized the need for affected individuals to seek medical attention at hospitals instead of resorting to unsafe traditional method. He, represented by the Executive Director of the State Hospital Service Management Board, Bello Atahuru, assured that the government will distribute the essential drug to all general hospitals handling metal poisoning cases. And the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has raised concerns over the increasing number of cerebrospinal meningitis cases across the country, saying its peak season is between November and May. The latest figure indicates a surge in infection with 807 suspected cases and 47 deaths reported across 22 states and the Federal Capital Territory as of 26 March 2025. The NCDC Director General Jide Idris said this in an interview with newsmen in Abuja. He said the agency has activated emergency response measures to curb the outbreak, particularly in Kebbi, Katsina and Sokoto, the most affected areas. According to him, in Kebbi State, health authorities have confirmed 248 suspected cases and 26 deaths since late January. He described the situation as alarming. We'll go on a short break and the program will return shortly. Stay with us. Welcome back to the program. Today we are shining the spotlight on the major developments in Nigeria's health sector. While the Nigerian President Bola Tinubu Ahmed has approved the creation of over 8,800 new primary health care centers across Nigeria, making a significant stride in the federal government health sector renewal investment initiative. The announcement was made by Vice President Kashim Shettima during the commissioning of the Suleiman Adebola Adegunwa Trauma Center in Shagamu, Ogun State. Vice President Shettima reaffirmed the government's commitment to addressing the country's health care challenges through strategic investment and public-private partnership. However, he noted that the responsibility of developing the sector cannot rest solely on the government. He described the newly inaugurated trauma center as a critical addition to Nigeria's emergency medical infrastructure, symbolizing the federal government's unwavering dedication to preserving lives. So what does this mean to the ordinary Nigeria? How realistic is the plan? And what are the challenges ahead? Well, to help us unpack all of this, we are joined by medical practitioner Dr. Tiwu Mebawondu. Thank you for joining us on the program. So let's start with the big picture. How significant is the move to establish 8,800 new PHCs across Nigeria in terms of improving healthcare access?
Well, let's first of all understand the challenges of primary healthcare centers in Nigeria. What you should realize is that presently we have about 30,000 primary healthcare centers in 774 local governments of Nigeria. Okay, out of all these 30,000 primary healthcare centers, just about 20% of them are functioning. We're talking about less than about 6,000 or 7,000 of those primary healthcare centers are functioning. So we are left with a large number. 80% of them are not functioning. So now the question is that, what are the factors that are not making them functioning? Because we expect the primary healthcare center to deliver basic health. Of course, there's the basic health fund provision in the budget. We expect them to deliver the basic health to the people nearest to them in a way that the people will not be going to the secondary center or tertiary center for ordinary malaria or even to check their blood pressure. So that is the purpose. Now, for you to do that, you must be able to equip those primary healthcare centers, make it affordable to the people, put human resources there, put equipment there, and let the place be responsive to the people. But what we're seeing is actually a shortage of human resources, shortage of material, and most of those primary healthcare centers, 80% of the primary healthcare centers in Nigeria are not being patronized. The utilization is so low, and for us, we have to figure out how to increase utilization capacity. Now, if you are setting up additional 8,800 primary healthcare centers in Nigeria, what it means is that what is going to be so special about them that is not in those one that's already in existence? Are we going to resolve the issue of human resources and materials and equipment in those primary healthcare centers separate from the one we have now? And we must understand the fact that once you move away from the city centers, those primary care centers rarely function. The challenge of conflict, the challenge of insurgencies are there, the challenge of security challenge is also making people not to be able to attend those primary health care centers. I think the first thing is to ensure that the primary health care centers, even in existence, are properly equipped, properly structured, make available for people to patronize before you then decide that you need to set up more.
So from your perspective, what are the most urgent health care gaps those new centers aim to bridge?
Like I said, you see, it's not about infrastructure. It's actually about what is available in those primary health care centers and how people patronize those primary health care centers. If you build additional primary health care centers, where are the health workers you are going to put in those primary health care centers? Where is the money to manage those primary health care centers? Just note that the funding of the primary health care center is not improving. In a way, it's reducing. By the time you now add those ones, the funding will reduce further. So the big question is that what are the means of funding those primary health care centers? It's not just about establishing them. You can build, I don't know why you need to build another one, when more than 20,000 of the 30,000 you have on ground are not working. So why don't you make those ones work first? I can tell you that even within Lagos here, once you leave central Lagos and you go into the peripheral area, the primary health care centers are not working. They're not working. So let's resolve the challenges facing those primary health care centers first before we consider establishing another one. I may agree that maybe in some local government, you may not have sufficient coverage in terms of those primary health care centers. Yeah, if you want to add one or two, maybe. But why? What is rationale for that 8,800 new ones you are establishing? So where are the doctors or even where the health workers to mind all those things? Where are the equipment to put on all those places? You know, how do we increase the confidence of the people in those new primary health care centers? So what is happening to what we're having now that we cannot utilize them fully first? Let us even achieve like 70% utilization of those primary health care that we have on ground. Then we can now start thinking of adding another one. But what we're having now is that the primary health care that operate in Nigeria, they are not responding to the maternal mortality, of course. We about the second largest in the world. They are not responding to infant mortality. They are not responding to our immunization concerns. They are not preventing sudden catastrophic health occurrences like complication of hypertension or diabetes. So they are not responding to all these things. So why do we need to set over 8,800?
So do you think the Nigerian government has the capacity to build and sustain the number of centers they said they will do?
It's not about building. Hospital is not just building. Hospitals is more of human resources, the people you put in that hospital to work. Now you can secure funds to build the hospital. I think what government should be doing, let's even be practical about all these things. What government should be doing more now is actually cutting private sectors, cutting people to adopt primary healthcare centers, especially in those remote areas where those one can help run, manage, and put infrastructure in those primary healthcare centers to make it functional. And I think government need to embrace the community initiative that will allow campaigns of the common diseases and how to identify danger signals in health issues. So I think government should be doing more of that, looking for those that can adopt the primary health care center, not building a new set of primary health care center. Because I don't know, if you want to build, this is not the time. But of course, you know that politicians always want to build. They want to build things so that okay, we have this, we have that. Then we know what MDGs or build MDGs, how much of those things they build then, you know, but now what are we seeing?
So many rural communities struggle with poor infrastructure. How do you think this reform will address issues like staffing, electricity, and equipment in remote areas?
It won't address it. Rather, you are multiplying those challenges. You know, it's obvious it won't address it. because terrains, one of the key factors that could be a challenge to utilization of primary health care could be actually transportation. You know, it's not easy for them to move from one locality to another due to constraints. Now, look at the energy costs. That's another big problem that may hamper their ability to utilize that primary health center. Even within the primary health care center, you need to provide energy, you need to provide light. Of course, most of the solar panels I observe around the primary health care centers in Nigeria, they are dilapidated, they are broken down. You need to provide water. And then again, that has to be by borehole again. Most of those boreholes are not maintained, and that becomes an issue. You need to be able to encourage the human resources to stay within that locality. Now, how many people really want to go to the rural area and stay there? So, myriads of problems. I think the way to address this is not to start building additional primary health care center. It's to find out how we can use the one we have sufficiently.
Do you think the Nigerian government is currently producing enough trained workers to staff this number of new centers they are proposing to build?
Recently, you know that all the hospitals, all the teaching hospitals in Nigeria all the universities can only produce about 3,000 doctors maximum in a year. That's the maximum. I'm talking about doctors now. When you come to lab scientists, they're actually lower. Pharmacists are actually be about the same numbers. Now, recently, the federal government, through the Ministry of Health, gave more allocations to those universities to produce more doctors and produce more health workers. But those ones will require time. There's a gestation. You can't wake up and bring out nurses today. They have to wait for about 4 years before they can become nurses. Doctors must wait for about 8 years before they can become doctors. So, you know, we have a gap to fill. How do we fill this gap? Are you going to bring in doctors? We don't want to talk about the quantity of those ones that are leaving the country. The health sector, addressing the challenges of health sector, is not, I can put my feet down on this. It's not by multiplying primary health care center. It's by making those ones available functional. That is the first point. So, because in reality, basically in that primary health care center, you need at least a community health worker. You need somebody we need a pharmaceutical technician. You need those basic people. Where are they? Where are those ones that are going to spread around the country? How many are you producing? The rest, a lot of them are leaving the country. Even some of them that have job now, government does not want to employ them. Some of them that don't have job, government does not want to employ them. They have to be on the street looking for where to get a job. I think the government can really look holy. If they want to partner with private people, partner on how to adopt those non-functional primary health care centers, wherever they are.
Now, looking back, Nigeria has seen other health reforms in the past. From your experience, what are some lessons from past healthcare projects that the government should keep in mind while rolling out this one?
The greatest obstacle to health reforms or health policy is health politics. We can do reforms, the reforms must be followed through. But what happens is that when a new government comes, they come with their own reform and jettison what is ongoing. So we see a lot of gaps, a lot of incomplete in all those things that have been done. That is what we see. So reforms, good ones in the past, but why are we not sustaining it? Because the political person that the new political man think that can bring a new thing into those health reforms. And then when he does that, he has to start from the zero. And then the other aspect of it is that we are not having sufficient money to drive healthcare. Now, if you look at our budget, we're doing 5%. Even this year, we're doing 5% for health. And then we have a recommendation of 15% of our total budget for health. But we're just 5%. Now, the another challenge is that most of those NGOs or multilateral or bilateral institutions that tend to help us and bridge the gap, like USAID, like GFID, like World Bank, all of them are slowing down in their funding of critical support for healthcare. Now, what it means is that we're going to experience more gaps in terms of delivery of money to health. Not only that, they don't just bring money, they bring in some technical skills. For instance, some how to identify diseases and epidemics. They bring human resources on, on surveillances, epidemiology. All those ones will have to be reduced now, and we have to rely on our own people to see what is possible. So I can tell you, it's a lot of gaps, but we have to start somewhere. But I don't think it's about building additional health facilities.
In the area of maternal and child care, how do you think this reform will impact maternal and child care, healthcare in underserved regions?
Excuse me. Well, we know the factors in our maternal and child health. One, quite a number of people don't even trust the hospital. A lot of those hospitals are not properly equipped. The number of delivery in hospital is still very low. Immunization is reduced. We are not incentivizing patronage of the hospital. Indeed, things like access to family planning is constrained. So we have all these things militating against reduction in maternal and child death. So if we want to address those things, all we need to do, for me, I will do an ambitious program that will know every pregnant woman in this nation and link them to a center where they can have support. I will ensure that is done. So a lot of influences is not allowing the mothers and those children to seek care at appropriate time. So normally, if the 30,000, if the 30,000 existing primary health care centers are working, let's say 60% of them are working, it will have been easier for us to link them, those women and children, to those centers. Working in the sense that if they have the right equipment, if they have the right human resources, if they have the right medications to use for those people, then of course those women will patronize them. In absence of that, when you have a primary health care center where you go there for 3-5 days, you won't see any expert to attend to you. You will resist going there, and you probably patronize the local people. Now, if we make those, let's say, out of that 30,000, if 20,000 are working, of course, we'll have solved the problem. But why are we now setting up more? What would make them better than those ones that we have set up? Why are we not conserving our money and reserving it for the new ones, for the old ones that we have on ground? So I don't understand, except we have that means of accelerating training for medical doctors and nurses and health workers, which cannot be done. How do you accelerate? You know how many number of times the lecturers go on strike, even the medical people. These are constraining the training of those critical workers. So we need to, it's not by, I repeat, it's not by establishing additional things. Let's make those ones with us work. If it works, we will reduce maternal mortality, we will reduce infant mortality, we will reduce catastrophic health experiences like stroke or severe diabetes. Let those ones on the ground work.
So if you were advising on the rollout, what would be your top 3 priorities for ensuring the center deliver real impact?
Well, you must make your center be people-friendly. Your center must be able to create the necessary assurance for people that, yes, come, patronize us. They must create that assurance. Your center has to be properly equipped. Security must be in your center. Transportation must be easy, okay? Drugs, hospitals must be there. Your center must also be able to reach to the community and educate them in case of any seasonal diseases. So we have function within the community from the center. We have the issues that concern the center itself and the human resources. So all those one has to be top-notch. And of course, we must maximize health information and medical records to help people understand issues concerning health in that area.
Corruption and mismanagement have hindered past reforms. How can transparency and accountability be built into the execution of this particular plan?
Well, it's part of it, okay? Because what we call governance, what we call clinical governance, is an essential part of healthcare. It should be an essential part of the healthcare in that settings. There's a governing board for this small local government within the community who can then supervise how the community works. We must be able to create that kind of assurance at that level where the community groups are part and parcel of the management board of those primary healthcare centers. I think it's important because that means that if they neglect those community centers that is in their domain, they're also neglecting their health. They have to do that. Then the other thing is that at the level of the primary healthcare, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, at the state equivalent, we must be able to provide supervisory roles on this primary healthcare center and let them get data from them and ensure that they keep to the core duties and reduce needless deaths and sickness.
So would you say this health reform plan aligns with Nigerians' universal health coverage goals?
UCH goal is actually, we have a 2030 target, which we are also looking at. Yes, it is. It's part and parcel of trying to push for universal health coverage. It's not just about access. You are talking about quality also. You are talking about affordability. If you are talking about universal health care, it's not, yes, access is key, affordability is key, quality is key. There must be no discrimination in access to the healthcare by any of these, of any of the members of the society. So, of course, it aligns with that. But if it's going to solve the problem of access, has it solved the problem of affordability? Has it actually add quality to the care? So we still have a lot to achieve under universal health care coverage. And we have just 5 years to get this done. I don't know how it's going to happen.
Looking ahead, how do we measure the success of this reform? What indicators should Nigerians watch for in the coming years?
Well, okay, we have to reduce our infant mortality. That's an indicator. Maternal mortality, that's an indicator. The reduction in catastrophic health occurrences like hypertension and severe diabetes, those are indicators. And then the level of patronage, how people are now confident in assessing patronizing your health system is also another indicator. We always know when these things are happening.
So lastly, how can communities and civil society organizations get involved to ensure accountability and long-term success of this PHCS?
Yeah, because, in reality, there's what we call the stakeholder in the community. It involves the traditional ruler, the market women, the young boys or association in that community. All of them should partner together to run the primary health care centers. Their component must be structured into that so that we can have the requisite result. If that is not done, and you just say it is government thing, a lot of people don't do well when handling government properties. So we need to have that community buy-in. We need to have that stakeholder buy-in. People must have confidence that this health center is going to work and address their issues. So there must be a proper referral, emergency care in those centers that can, address towards health occurrences. So, stakeholder participation, building trust, and ensuring that the place is affordable and well-equipped will do a lot of things in reducing those factors.
Medical practitioner Dr. Tsiyu Mebawondo, we appreciate your time and insights. And that's all for today's episode. We'll see you again next time. I am Ogechukwu Ukekwe. Bye for now.
Abdullahi Dalhatu began grape farming at Dufa Dufa village in Kudang local government area of Nigeria's northwest Kaduna state in 2003. Today, he's one of the very few Nigerian farmers growing grapes in commercial quantity in the country. And he's also the current national president of Grape Producers, Processors and Marketers Association of Nigeria.
What motivates me to go into grape farming is the potentiality associated with the grape farming activities. Because a grape farmer is raising handsome profit, is raising handsome income in grape farming. Because I doubt if there is another aspect of farming in agriculture which is highly lucrative than grape farming in Nigeria. I have started with the only one varieties of grapes called Black Hamburg. So on that time, it's only one varieties I am cultivating here, but now I am growing 7 different varieties of grapes. I have started with only 15 stand of grapes, but now I have more than 1,650 stand of grapes in this farm. Comprise the different varieties as I have said. Actually, I have started it from the small scale, but now it was a large scale.
Grape farming is rare in Nigeria. In fact, many had always thought it's almost near impossible to grow grapes in the country, since the overwhelming bulk of grapes consumed in Nigeria come from abroad.
When I saw the clip showing this project as a result of the visit of the chairman of the local government, I should be impressed, but I was also surprised and wonder whether this is also true. And that is why after the whole thing has gone viral, a lot of people within the country and outside the country have called me to ask me whether this is actually true, because they believe this is a treasure. And I told them that I will not tell them it is true, although my chairman has come and seen it, but as somebody who is within the domain and the area is within my domain, I feel I should first come and see it before I tell the whole world that this is actually true. It's not magic, it's not any photo magic, it is a reality. From what I've seen, I'm extremely happy, and I must do whatever is humanly possible to encourage the gentlemen and other people that have started this project through any means possible, intervention, government contact, any other thing that will bring more publicity to this project.
Data from the Observatory of Economic Complexity, OEC, estimates Nigeria's grapes import at over $8 million in 2023, while exporting a meager $36,000 worth of the fruit in the same year. But Dalhatu is working to change that narrative.
Since we discovered that most of the grape being consumed in Nigeria is being imported from abroad, so it's part of our vision to ensure that we promote the grape farming locally in Nigeria, so that our country will be self-sufficient in grape production, marketing, and export. So in the next future, I'm sure, in the next future time, I'm sure Nigeria the dependency of grape importation in Nigeria will reduce up to 55%, so that we can rely on our local production and reach also the level of export with Nigerian locally grape productions.
Dalhatu says grape farming has been more than rewarding, and his customer base now goes beyond the country.
Actually, the grape marketing is so friendly in Nigeria because of the quality and the quantity of grapes we are producing. We are receiving different customers across the country coming direct to the farm and take and buy our product. Even international marketers are coming direct to this farm and access our and buy our product due to its quality standard, the sugar content, the longer shelf life, and the quality of the products we are producing. We have the benefit of climate to get 2 good harvests per year, contrary to what is happening in the other countries. Based on the favorable climate we are blessed with, so we used to have a bumper harvest of 2 times in a year.
For now, Dalhatu grows only table grapes, which are widely consumed in Nigeria. But he says he's making plans to start growing wine grapes as well.
Grapes is a type of plant that has so many varieties. So Nigerian, we are only, as I told you, that we are only have the capacity to produce 7 different varieties of grapes. So we need more exotic and improved varieties. And most of that varieties are high-yielding varieties that will enable Nigeria to produce multiple numbers of tons in a harvest. So we need hybrid varieties of grape seedlings.
So far, Dalhatu has trained over 50 persons in grape farming here at his farm. Almost all his trainees have gone on to start their own grape farm. But he says grape farming comes with some familiar challenges.
One of the challenges is that inadequate water supply. Grape is a kind of plant that requires excessive application of water. So insufficient water supply is one of the factors that reducing the growth and development of grape value chain. And the second challenge is faced by our grape farmers inadequate of hybrid seed varieties. Then the third problem we are facing is the storage infrastructure facilities. Because there are situations whereby our grape farmers in Nigeria used to face the risk of losses due to the rain intervention. At the point of ripening, grape farmers face the risk of rainfall, and face the risk of rainfall, which will lead to damage of so many tons of grapes. So if there were to be more storage facilities like a cold room, that will enable both the producer and the marketers to reduce the level of risk, because when it was stored in a cold storage, the grapes will have access for a longer time before it damage. Then another problem is all farmers need financial support. So I'm sure if government will provide financial support to grape farmers by having a conducive and favorable climatic condition for growing grapes, I'm sure the rate of unemployment will drastically reduce.
Despite the challenges, Dalhatu is still marching on, his passion for grape farming unwavering as he embarks on the ambitious mission to help make Nigeria self-sufficient in grapes. Deji Bademasi, TV360.
My name is Omotoyosi Olarewaju Ogunlende. I'm an artist. I studied art from the Yaba College of Technology, where I did my OND and my HND, and I graduated from the Department of Art. I majored in sculpture. My father used to love art though. He's late now, may his soul rest in peace. And my mom didn't give me any issues about me practicing art or not. So basically, I've got art inside me from while I was a child. I used to draw back then, and my mom used to sell some of my drawings for me in church. So I've had art in me basically. So I'm a born artist. Well, like I said, I started while I was a child. I started drawing from comics, you know. I pick up comics and I draw, and that's how I knew I think I've got some art, you know, art skills in me basically. So art has been inside of me basically. If you're asking for string art, basically I've been doing string art in a very short while now, say like 3-4 years now. Yeah, basically I've been doing string art. I ran into string art. In I think 2016, yes, at an art conference where I went with a brother of mine. I saw this dude he was just stringing on the wall, like on a long stretch, no particular design. He was just from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, like that continuously. And it formed this rays of different colors, and I was so, you know, it caught my attention, and I didn't even ask the guy what's his name. I didn't have any conversation with the guy. I just saw it. I took pictures that I lost some of them. I can't even find them any longer. So I just saw it, and I was wondering. I came back to Nigeria and I was wondering, okay, that art that I saw, what's it called? What is it called? And I just went on Google and I was like, is it thread art? Is it nail art? Is it string art? And voila! And I saw different forms of string art, you know, from normal, you know, simple artworks created and into portraiture, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And that's how I found myself into it. Following, you know, different artists who are into string art via social media, and it has been a wonderful followership and understanding some string artists in the diaspora. Now, what made me focus on string art? Basically, I thought I saw it as a different form of art. A form of art that you can liken to painting on canvas, you can liken to sculpture, you can liken to watercolor and the likes of it. So that's what I focused it because it wasn't that known, if I should say that, in this part of the world, in Nigeria. It wasn't that known in Nigeria, and it's still not known yet though. Well, achievement basically, Bella Africana had an award sometimes, I think 2017 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was nominated, and I know there are more achievements to come basically, but personally it has paid off for me. And like I say, is my found love. That's what I call string art. So I do string art even to the smallest piece. If it's possible for me to string, I will string it. Challenges basically is not a widely accepted, form of art in this part of the world, because trying to push it out there, trying to market it, trying to get people known and all that. It has been challenging in such a way that questions like how durable is it? Does it last long, and what have you? I would say that has been the challenge, and also back to how you charge and all that. So basically that has been the challenge. So far so good basically. For me, the materials are readily available because you have here the armor, threads, and nails. They are all readily available, and the woods that I use, the boards that I use, they're readily available. So they are not too much of materials that are challenging for me to find around. So materials are readily available. It's just what you interpret with the medium, which is the nails and thread. Yes, what you interpret with it perhaps might be, a bit challenging. But so far so good. God has been wonderful. First and foremost, I would say displaying them at galleries, displaying them at art shows, art fairs, which I had a group exhibition last year, Different Strokes, with four artists, 2 females and 2 male. So I was able to display my works there, and I also leverage on social media, which is my Instagram handle, I also push it on social media, Facebook, which that's for many artists right now, that's our own gallery, So that's basically, how I push it out there. People get to know it. I've got so many commissions via Instagram, and I give them the glory. for me, my greatest achievement so far, because I haven't gotten to it yet, so far my greatest achievement has been impacting my knowledge, impacting my knowledge of the string art, steps, methods, and what have you of string art into children and even adults too. So basically that's been my achievement so far. Future plan basically for me is to be known worldwide as Nigerians' famous string artists, basically. For me, that's my future plan, and I'm hoping to have a series of exhibitions locally and internationally. I would say nothing brings money, but how diligent, how good, persistent, and creative you are with that thing you do, it will bring the money. Basically, that's it for me. Because likewise, you too, if you're not good at what you do, you won't be here. If you're not creative at what you do, you won't be here. So for me too, yeah, people say there is no money in art. Now, would we say there is money in banking? Because I sit at the counter and I receive money, it's not my money. Do you understand? So for me, what you do with your hands, diligently, wisely, persistently, will definitely bring that money you want your way and the fame. Indirectly, I won't use the word train, say inspire. Do you understand? Yes. I've been able, I can't say how many people, because not everybody will come out and say, you inspired me, A lady sometimes back on Instagram, she's a cake maker. She just posted it and said my string art inspired her to produce this kind of cake, and I was, wow, oh, amazing. There's a lady too in Brazil that has been chatting me up, she's also a string artist and trying to ask me questions, how she can go about this, how she can go about that. So for me, it goes a long way. So you never can tell how many people you've been able to inspire or touch their lives. So that's why I coined it down to indirectly. I know I've inspired different kinds of people, either in the art sector or in whatever sector you can call it, but somehow, because other people too in other field have also inspired me, to also keep up my craft. So basically for me, I know I've inspired different people in different areas. nothing new, they say, under the heavens, you know. But for me, the material I use, which is the nail and thread, for me makes it unique because it's not a widely found medium of art in this part of the world. So basically, for me, the materials I use and how, well, that's what I've been told, how neat, you know, and firm, you know, my threads are usually on the nails. Basically, for me, makes it stand out. So far, so good. My work has been to the United States, which a private collector bought off me in Nigeria here and took it over there. So basically, for me, that's why I said it's work in progress. You get it. So for now, so far, so good. Yeah, we're working on going globally. For me, I would say it's an achievement being one of the recognized, you know, or the foremost, or the one who pushed string arts out there in Nigeria, which we're still working on, we're still keeping at it. For me, I would say it's not adding to my bank account though, but it's a plus though. Yeah, whether I like it or not, you know, it's a plus. People who know me to be, okay, the string artist and all that, which I gave myself that name, the string one, you know, but it's not yet, so to say, a name that will be, you know, on the lips of everybody. But I know very soon, someday, one day, it will definitely be. I can't say I've arrived, really, because work never ends. Even the topmost recognized artists, the Yusuf Grillo and the likes of them, you know, Baba Oshinowa and Co, you know, they are still working. So for me, I haven't arrived yet. Really, sky is just the starting point for me. So I haven't gotten to that point where I will sit back and say I've arrived. Nah, I'm not God, though I'm a mini God, but then I haven't gotten to that point or peak yet. Any hardworking, diligent, and focused person inspires me. And if I should pick from the world of string artists, there's this lady in UK, Debbie Smith. She inspires me with her works. She's a great string artist, a great artist basically. So she inspires me. And back home here, there are lots of artists. I can't start mentioning names right now, but there are lots of artists back home here that inspires me. As long as, yeah, hardworking, diligent, focused, you know, and at the top of his or her game. Yeah, that's what inspires me basically. lie to you, yes, I do get injured. I even have a scar on my thumb right now, and oftentimes yes, I get injured and you just stomach it and you forge your head. Basically, when you get injured, that shouldn't be a stumbling block. For you to say I'm not doing this. But I kid you not, it's not an easy medium. It's not, basically.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV, 360 Sports. I'm Mudashir Shitu. Today I'll be your anchor and we'll talk about something interesting in the world of sport. I'm sure a lot of people are wondering that what's happening to the world of gymnasts. I mean, the sport have been in the country for a very long time. We've seen it participated at the African Games, where we have a Nigerian that represented us in the past. And we also had at the National Sport Festival and the National Youth Games. And one of the athletes that represented the country, our state at the National Youth Games in Ilorin, is our guest today. Actually, one of our guests today. It's good to have you, Treasure Ocheke, on the program.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Do you know, how do you feel? Because I just introduced you that you've represented your state at the National Youth Games in Ilorin. Which state was that?
That was Anambra State.
Anambra State. Can you tell us what it means for you to stand tall? I'm happy that you're representing Anambra State as a very young girl. Tell us about that experience.
Well, I started when we went for Youth Games last year. Me, Wisdom, and Excel, we competed for Anambra State. So I got silver on power tumbling, and Excel got bronze, and also Wisdom got bronze. So yeah, I was really happy then.
Before I what's up here, because a lot of viewers out there watching us, some of them you encourage them now. I mean, before I ask you how you started gymnastics, you tell us, are you happy that you are a gymnast?
Yes, since I saw my mom and dad starting gymnastics then when I was still little, I always had a passion for gymnastics. I loved the sports, and well, I had the genetics in my blood. So I started gymnastics when I was 4, but I started real gymnastics, started the flipping and stuff when I was 6 years old. Yeah. So
interesting. And you said something like it's hereditary. I mean, your mom represented the country in an African Games. She came out with a bronze medal at that event, and I think she was once the team captain of the captain of Team Nigeria. What's your biggest motivator? I know both of them are your coach. Your mom or your dad?
To be honest, I would say my mom.
Okay.
Because my dad already stopped gymnastics a long time ago, so he came back as a coach. But I still see my mom do flipping and stuff, so she was like my highest motivation.
And how do you feel about it?
Well, I feel happy, and I feel good to have my coach as my dad and mom, so I can be able to trust them more.
Okay. Now let's not start. Tell us how you started gymnastics. I'm sure it was gymnastics your first choice of any sport you want to participate. Just tell us how you started gymnastics.
That was really back then in Benin. My mom and dad used to go to the stadium and they train and coach. So sometimes when I'm free, I just go with them and I see people flipping and I enjoy the sport. So me, I also want to participate in it. So I just run, jump and do some stuff, and then my dad would start clapping for me. I'm like, oh yeah, you can do this. Then I started fully when I was 6, and then my dad actually put more effort in me to start the sport, and then I started it and I was good at it.
Interesting. Well, I know there are a lot of challenges when it comes to sport like this, and part of the challenges is combining education with sports. How old are you now?
Right now I'm 12.
It's okay. Combining sport, how do you able to combine going to the national games, one gymnastic competition or the other, and you're still in school? How did you, because it's a very ethics task for some to combine sports and education. How were you able to do that?
That is true. Yeah, it's true. Well, my dad once said one thing, that it is more to face your educations, that if he wants, he could stop the sport, but he wants me to get my education. So he also wants me to get gymnastics as a side effect, so that when I grow, I can also have my own career. So, well, I can add them together because I train before. When I come back from school, I train in the evening. And early in the morning around 6, I just do some fitness around outside. But now I train on Saturdays, Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Okay. So before we let you go, because we'll be talking to so many of your likes today, it's not about only treasure. We have Olabukola in the house and another young boy, and also the man everybody knows as a gymnastic person in the country. You know, your dad is also going to be part of the show. So encourage people out there to participate in gymnastics.
Well, I would tell them that it is a really good sport and they should try it. It helps your brain activate, like it helps you get active. You know, some people they're just naturally dull. So gymnastics can actually make you active. And it also helps you educationally. So, and it gives you more, like it makes you a star. When you go for a competition, you win, you'll be happy, and people will look up to you.
Thank you very much, Treasure. I wish I can just hold on to you throughout the program, but I need to talk to other prodigy, just that not about you. So let's go for a quick break. We've been talking to Treasure Cheke. She represented Anambra in the National Youth Games. She has won many medals for herself. And if you Google Ocheke, you probably see that so many of the Ocheke participating in gymnastics, and she's just one of them. So we go for this quick break, a very short break. When we come back, we have some of these youngsters still with us. Yeah, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we'll be talking about gymnastics. Our earlier guest is Treasure Ocheke, and the newest guest we have in the house is Olubukola Alatishe. She's 7 years old, and she has been involved in gymnastics. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
So, why did you choose gymnastics?
Because it was pretty fun, and it could get me very fit.
Okay, because
it's really fun and it'll make me very fit.
Okay, so what part of gymnastics do you participate in? Which of them do you participate in?
I participate in
tumbling.
Yes.
And what? The flipping, the tumbling. Which of them do you participate in?
Both.
Both, okay. Now tell us one thing you like about gymnastics and the other sport like swimming, football, table tennis. Why did you decide to go for gymnastics?
Because it's very fun.
Okay.
And you also have to be serious doing it. And you can also have fun doing it.
Oh, you can also have fun doing it. So, do you want to be a gymnast when you grow up?
Yes.
Who told you that your mom, who has been encouraging you to be a gymnast? Tell us, because a lot of girls out there are looking at you and oh, this is a star, because you're already a star in the making already, because you've been participating in events, haven't you? So
yes.
Tell us more about gymnastics. Is it your dad that has been encouraging you or your mom?
Both.
Both. So tell us how they encourage you.
They encourage me like, good job. And they're also clapping for whenever I do competitions.
Okay. Continue. Whenever you do competitions?
Yes.
So what happens when you do competition? Tell us.
Like, it has to be, like the judges are very strict. You have to, like, there's going to be a lot of people there.
Okay. So are you always shy when you see a lot of people there?
Yes.
So
it's like it gives me a heart attack.
So how did you overcome that attack? Tell us, how do you overcome that attack?
Because I've been doing competition since.
Okay. And have you ever won gold medals in any of them?
Yes.
And is there a competition you're looking forward to? How is the school? You're a gymnast, you go to school, you're a gymnast, you go to school. How do you combine the two of them?
I also do gymnastics in my school.
Wow! Gymnastics in your school. So tell us, who encouraged you? Your teacher? Who encouraged you that?
My coach.
Tell us how they encourage you.
Like I do stunts in school, like same thing I do in the gym.
Okay. So who encouraged you the most in the gym?
My coaches and my siblings and my mother.
Okay. What's the future ambition like? Do you want to be a gymnast, or you still want to be a doctor, or you still want to be an engineer, or even while you're a doctor, you also want to be a gymnast?
I really want to be a gymnast, and I also want to be a footballer.
Also want to be a footballer. Okay, which one is coming first, gymnastic or football?
Gymnastic.
Oh, gymnastic. Oh, that's great. So, there are competition coming in April. You know, there's a competition coming in April.
April 12.
April 12. So what are you doing to get a medal there?
I'm going to do my routine.
Okay.
I'm going to do vault.
Okay.
That's all.
That's all. So you're only participating in vault
and floor.
On the floor. So have you won any medal there?
Yes.
So tell us when you won medal in those categories.
Like they give us bronze, silver, gold. They're scoring us, like our perfection.
Oh, okay. We'll be speaking with Olubokala Alatishe. She is just 7 years old, and you can see how excited she is in participating in gymnastics. Like I said, these are just the other young gymnasts still with us in the studio, so we're still going to talk to one of them. Before we now go straight to the coach to tell us why he has been putting all his effort together. So we have this also quick break we need to go to, so that we can get the coach and also the young boy who is doing well for himself. Welcome back. We've got Excel Ocheke, a National Youth Games medalist last year. That was in Delta State, and still about gymnastics. Tell us how you came across gymnastics, Excel.
Yeah, I came across gymnastics 2 years ago in Benin.
Okay.
Before I started going to the stadium, I was practicing gymnastics with my siblings at home. Okay. Little by little, my mom introduced me to the stadium. Then I started going to the stadium, and I was very good at the sport, like very, very good. Then I was the captain of my team. Gradually, I went to the youth games, 2023 youth games. I got 1 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze. I got a gold in best all-round, silver in floor, and silver in vault. So,
talking like a champion. So, tell us what has been the medals when your name was called, and the medal was on your neck at the youth games. Tell us how it feels like, the moment of excitement?
Well, I felt very great, like, wow, this is my first national medal. Like, my father has been doing gymnastics in his own time. It was the best at his own time. Like me now, I want to be better than my father when I grow up. I want to make my parents proud, so
okay.
It feels very great.
And I know the feelings when your name is called. And now tell us, what's the future like? What's your plan because what's your plan for the future? You want to be a gymnast? You want to be at the Olympics? What's your plan?
Right now, I can see myself at the Olympics and being better than my father in his own time. I want to make my parents proud. But my father's my coach by my side. I believe I can be very good. I'll be greater than him. I'll achieve more goals than I have right now. So.
You talk like a go-getter. So what's the plan? There's a game coming up. There's an event coming up in May, and it's about young lads coming together to participate in gymnastics. Do you have a target in mind?
Yeah, my goal there is to be the best among the best. I want to, go compete, take my medals, make my parents proud. I want to go there and be the best of all best.
Okay, the best of all best. So let me ask you: have you maybe combined school with gymnastics? You read, you go to school today, you go to the gym. Just tell us.
My father used to say education comes first. So when I was back there in Benin, when I come back from school, I'll go to the stadium, everyday routine. Then my dad and the sport commission had quarrels, so we stopped going to the stadium. Then last year we went for youth games in Delta State. So we came to Lagos, we trained, then we went back to Delta State and compete. We won our medals, we came back home. So
your sister is Treasure Cheke.
Yeah.
So between you and Treasure, who do you think is better when it comes to gymnastics?
It's me, but when it comes to coaching and captain, it's Treasure.
Oh, okay. I didn't ask her that question, but I know that she also has something to say. Thank you very much for being part of today's program. You've given us your time, and in the future, we hope to see you at the All-African Games, the Olympics, and the Commonwealth Games. Thank you very much, Excel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'm sure you've been enjoying that time about gymnastics. And the last guest on the show is a face known to gymnastics in the country at the National Youth Games and the National Sport Festival, Michael Ocheke. He has done so well for himself when it comes to gymnastics. He has been in the country, out of the country, and he has a lot of young lads to talk about when it comes to gymnastics. He is the brain behind many gymnastic events, tournaments in the country. So we welcome, after this break, we welcome Mike Ocheke to tell us about the future of gymnastics in the country. They're still on 360 Sport and still talking about gymnastics. I have a man that is well known to gymnastics in the country. That's talking about Michael Ocheke. He's a coach, and everything that has to do with gymnastics in the country, if there's one man we need to ask, the man is by my side. It's good to have you on the show after a long while.
Thank you very much, my brother.
So how's been the world of gymnasts?
Well, what can I say? We've been paused for a bit.
Okay.
But I believe after the elections, we're going to have a fresh start again and have something good to talk about in this country about gymnastics. So
the gymnastic election is ongoing, or is there a date for it?
No, I think it's after the National Sports Festival, because we need an office to run everything, and I believe the federation still stands until after the National Sports Festival in May. Okay. Then we'll have a fresh elections, and I believe whoever that's going to be coming in, I don't have a candidate, but whoever is coming in, I believe they're going to work.
Are you vying for a post?
No, right now I've been on my own for a bit to grow my club and make things happen.
Okay, make things happen. Yeah. And if you're just joining us, or if you're watching us, those young lads you saw earlier have been trained and coached by Michael Ocheke. So tell us, do you think we still have that future, that name when it comes to gymnastics in Africa?
Yes, let me start with the word yes, because if you look and see, like the little children that you saw a couple of minutes ago, these ones have given themselves to gymnastics, and we train them, build them for the tomorrow.
Okay.
Now that tomorrow we're talking about is not, we came from somewhere yesterday.
Okay.
Our tomorrow then is now, and we never achieved or attained the Olympics. But what we have seen, we've learned from our mistakes. We don't depend on the government for everything, and we see that there's a way out.
Okay.
And when there's a way out, we need to push these kids and make sure they come out to fill up where we did not fill. The Olympics is our goal, and these kids are ready to go there. I am ready, me and my team of coaches, doing our best with the help and assist of their parents, because these are passionate parents that have seen what we can do and believe in their children, believe in our work. So we're working together hand in hand with the parents, and hopefully, possibly, we're going to get there to the Olympics.
Yeah, for someone that we have been to the top when it comes to gymnastics in the country, what are the challenges, even regardless of the support, that you think some of these parents or the lads, the young lads, the boys, the girls are facing, and what are the major challenges for them?
Well, everybody will say money. It is all about finances. You know, if you have a well-equipped gymnastics hall today, and you have all coaches available, the equipments are there, definitely you see these kids doing amazing things. The Europeans, the Asians, they have just one head as we do. I mean, the world was surprised to see a Nigerian in the Olympics, last Olympic. Ucheke was there in Tokyo, to compete for Nigeria. He was the first Nigerian gymnast to be in the Olympics. Well, fortunately for him, he was born and brought up in the US, where there's facilities and he has some endorsement. Everything was available for him to train. He was training with the best. Simon Biles, the goat of them all, was training in the same gym with Ucheke. So why wouldn't he perform or improve to do that? So if we have some supports, that is why we are doing this. That's why Mayrock Gymnastics is here right now. With the caliber of parents that I have that is pushing in to make sure things work, I am sure we will have a better standard gym in less than no time, where we can train and bring up gymnasts that will represent this country, and not just represent this country, but get medals, even at the Olympics.
You've been organizing tournaments. I mean, now TV360 was one tournament in Ilukweju for some time in the past, and we also know that several tournaments we've always come when it comes to you organizing tournament. But we also know that there's a tournament coming up in June, in April 12th. Am I right? What's the purpose of the tournament? Is it going to be different from every other tournament?
Okay, that's a very good question. Thank you, Mr. Model. The thing is, we've attended so many competitions lately. Now, I will give it up for all those organizers. They have been trying their best to do well. In fact, it's more better than what we'll get at the national level. Understand me? With no disrespect. But you know, at the national level, everything is depending on what the ministry is giving. So they have to manage the funds to organize the competitions, and these are national levels. But what we do here at the club level, it's amazing. The organizing is very, very tough. But even still, what we get from there, I think it's not enough. So from what we've gathered so far, from what we've seen, our experience, we want to show the world that Nigeria is still a sporting nation. A nation where gymnastics can thrive. You know, it is not a competition where we just come and just do this jamboree because it's a level system. No. You come, what you get, what you do is what you get. The judges, professional judges, the atmosphere we're going to be using, the podium, the hall, the equipment, it's going to be amazing. We want to discover talent. The award, we're going to be awarding the best gymnasts, both cash award and sponsorship. You know, we were looking to take gymnastics to another level. So when people come for this competition and they see what they will see, they will go back and make sure they are going to improve in what they will be doing too.
Another thing I also noticed about your career, and also is that some of your gymnasts, and they end up representing states in the national level at the youth games. I don't know how true it is, but Lagos is probably going to host the next national youth games next year. That was from the governor of the state doing an interview. If that happens or if it doesn't happen, are you expecting some of these your gymnasts to also represent that? Because that's one thing about what I know you do. So is there going to be, apart from the ones we know already, are there going to be new faces that will represent Lagos State? Because I know there's a certain time one lady represented Kano State, and and I'm sure that's from you. Some other states were, So are we also expecting that? Because that's going to be the best. Where after the gymnast, and we say, oh, this girl was here and she's now representing Lagos State and all that.
Thank you very much. You see, for a couple of years now, what I do is, I am a team of coaches. We train the gymnasts. We make sure they are ready for competitions, not just competing, for winning. And we push them to different states. We don't just put them in one state and just let that state take all the glory. We say, okay, you and you compete for this state, you and you compete for the other state. And at the end of the day, what you win, the glory goes to the states, each of the states. And for a while, I've been in Lagos, and even the facility I'm using, one of the facilities we're using as a club, it's a facility of Lagos State. And for us to be doing that, we need to give back to Lagos State. I have an understanding with the secretary of the state's Gymnastics Association, and I told her that yes, we're going to give you good gymnasts that will get medals at the next National Youth Games, which we're working on, and I believe that will come to a manifest.
Talking about the future, lastly, before I let you go, and tell us more. Tell us more about the date and the time of that gymnastic, because you've told us the benefit of it. Tell us when it's taking place and the exact moment and time.
It's going to be on the 12th of April this year, and in fact, we're looking at next weekend. After this weekend, the next weekend, and it's going to be taking place at Beehive School in Agidingbi, Ikeja. Yes.
How many schools, how many gymnastic shows we expecting?
We're expecting nothing less than 200 gymnasts, and we are expecting parents and judges and coaches from different parts of Nigeria, from Abuja.
A day event.
Yes, it's going to be a day event. There are clubs coming from Abuja, there are clubs coming from Ondo State, Akure, and Port Harcourt, and the rest are from Lagos here. And I believe it's going to be a massive event. These numbers are for clubs. Schools numbers we are not certain yet, but I believe it will be probably around 60 to 70. So in a nutshell, we're looking at more than 270 gymnasts.
What has been the motivating factor? I need to ask you because I was saying you gymnastics and all that.
You can see
what has been the motivating factor?
Gymnastics to me is a life, not a job. When I was little, when I started gymnastics early 90s, I wanted to go to the Olympics. I have this dream. I trained to a level whereby they compared me to the best in the world as at then on floor. Now, on floor and vault, I was the best in the country. Not just best in the country, in the continent, I was the best. But I didn't go to the Olympics. I didn't make it to the Olympics. It was unfortunate. Even my wife, when she started training, her goal was to get to the Olympics, but no. I led my team to the first ever team medal in Congo Brazzaville 2015. I was a captain and I led my team. So did my wife in 2019. She was a captain of the female team and she led them to their first ever medal too, at a bronze medal. Yes, but unfortunately we couldn't go. Now my children, I want to take them and other kids I'm training to that same Olympics. I want to go there. That is my drive. If I didn't go there to win, I will go there as a coach to compete. If my gymnasts are winning, then I'm more than a winner.
It's good to have you on the show. Thank you very much,
Michael Chike. Glad to be here.
Obviously, we'll be talking to you during the events and afterwards about the events. Thank you very much for being part of the show. It's a moment of gymnastics for those of us who are watching you, and if you want to be part of the show, you can join us on all our social media platforms to be part of where the conversation never ends. And let's don't forget, April 12 is a day you need to keep in mind where gymnastic events is taking place, and we'll probably get the reports of some of these stories on our news bulletin about the event that's taking place in April 12. Thank you very much. Muda Shishitu, thanks for watching.
And as Pope Francis dies at age 88. Jos residents stage protest over Plateau State killings. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu returns to Nigeria from Paris trip. It's glad to have you joined us on the news on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Tamilore Akinkwole. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has joined global leaders in mourning the death of Pope Francis, who passed away at the age of 88 on Monday morning, just a day after making a surprise Easter appearance at St. Peter's Square. In a heartfelt tribute, President Tinubu described the late pontiff as a humble servant of God, a tireless champion of the poor, and a guiding light for millions. The president urged Nigerians and the global community to honor the Pope's memory, not just with word, but through acts of justice, unity, and mercy. The death of the Argentine-born Pope, who led the Catholic Church since 2013, has drawn condolences from world leaders across faiths. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, Russian President Vladimir Putin, Israeli President, Iranian officers, and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky also paid tribute to his legacy of peace building, interfaith dialogues, and advocacy for the vulnerable. Pope Francis had been hospitalized for over a month with double pneumonia, but made a public appearance on Easter Sunday before his passing the following morning. And in Nigeria, amid renewed violence and growing casualties, Christians in Plateau State staged a peaceful protest on Monday to decry the unrelenting attacks that has ravaged communities in the region. Organized by the Church Denominational Leaders Forum and the Christian Association of Nigeria in Plateau State, the march served both as a call for peace and a solemn tribute to the many lives lost. Men, women, youth, and the elderly took to the streets holding placards and banners, visibly grieving and demanding justice. Organizers said the peace walk was prompted by the persistent and bloody attacks, blamed largely on bandits, with over 100 people killed, and the latest wave of violence in April alone. The recent violence has reignited memories of the 2023 Christmas Eve massacre in Bokos, which claimed around 150 lives, deepening fears that security crisis in Plateau and neighboring Benue State continues to spiral. And it's been 18 days since armed men yet to be identified launched a deadly attack on several communities in Bokos, Plateau State, leaving many residents dead and property destroyed. Now, the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development visited the area to commiserate with victims and assess the situation. He stopped at the Church of Christ in Nation and Thomas Catholic Church in Bokos, assuring residents that the Nigerian government is providing temporary relief, including over 400 bags of rice, roofing sheets, and building materials. He added that additional support will be provided in collaboration with the state and local governments, stressing the need for a coordinated response.
Number one is food, which I provided temporary food. I brought 450 bags of rice, and some other. I brought roofing materials. I brought building materials for them too. We need to add more from what they're asking me to do. We need to add more, which I'll reinforce and ensure that we add more. But I think we'll talk also with the state government and local government also, because when it comes to humanitarian activities, it goes beyond federal government. The immediate government is the local government and the state government. We work together with them to ensure that we give dignity. Like I rightly mentioned to them that any Plateau son now that is playing politics with the life of these people is unjust to these people. These are innocent people. They're just living in peaceful communities, serene community. As you can see, it very, very serene, and a quiet community who are just local farmers in the community, and being murdered, being killed, their property being destroyed, their livelihood being destroyed is just not just unjust, but inhuman. And I think, as far as I'm concerned, we work with every son of Plateau.
Villages that have been vacated because most of them have been burned down and the people killed. And most of the people here in this village are either in Bokos or inside Hurti.
Now, joining me to discuss the recent resurgence of insecurity in the northern part of Nigeria is security expert Jaye Gaskia. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, what do you make of the resurgence of violence in the northern part of the country after a period of relative calm? And what could you say is fueling this fresh wave of attacks?
Thank you very much for having me. I think that there are a combination of reasons and factors why we witness a resurgence. And I know that people sometimes don't like to also, mention some of the facts that are obvious. But if we look at the history of violence in our communities and in our country, we see this cycle of resurgence, and it may, just like the minister alluded to in that in his when in that interview, we cannot also completely rule out the fact that politics may also be playing quite a big role in the current dispensation, because usually when we are mid-term and beginning the second half of a regime, and people are beginning to prepare and mobilize again for elections in less than a year or a year and a half. We begin to see some of these mobilization of grievances, and when that is done, then people, conflict entrepreneurs, people who are simply just would derive some benefits from violence and conflict are also watching the situation, and they also seem to want to take advantage of the situation. So sometimes people like these who organize this kind of criminal attacks and activities also look to see a period when they think that there is quite a number of fault lines in the context in terms of the relationship between politicians and so on and so forth, and so therefore also relative vulnerability of communities, and then they strike. They seize that opportunity to strike. So we cannot completely rule out the fact that that may be a factor. That said, I think that the biggest challenge really with and why insecurity seems to we seem to be having this resurgence of insecurity in more or less like in a cyclical manner. More or less even predictive cyclical manner is really because of also what I would call the complete emasculation of the third tier of government and the complete absence of governance at the local government level. The minister again mentioned the fact of talking to local governments and the rest of that, but I mean simply, there are really no local governments, and so who are you really talking to? So until you do have a government at that level that can respond to issues, not just the issues of development, but also the issues of security, then it will be very difficult to actually contain this.
All right, sorry to cut you short, but now let's talk about the people. We see that the people in just staged a protest. Now, from a security standpoint, how effective do you think peaceful protests like this would draw the attention of the government, and they would actually make actions to protect these people?
Yeah, I mean, basically people are protesting because really now you have to really take your own, you have to take your destiny into your own hands, because it seems as if people have been abandoned. They seem to be not to be protected. So the best way, the best way for people actually to act now, other than to take the laws into their hands, is this kind of peaceful protest to call the attention, to draw the attention of government and relevant government authorities to this institution. But this people have taken their own initiative. I would also expect what is lacking really now is actually the initiative on the part of leadership and on the part of the elite, and so it's difficult. I would expect that given the context of Plateau State, given the context of Benue State. In the North Central, generally, where conflicts that are arising from this kind of unscrupulous attacks on innocent people can easily take on ethnic and religious divisions. One would expect that this is the time that the leadership and the elite across religious lines, across ethnic lines, would actually be mobilizing. I would have loved to see a situation where, rather than just seeing for example, Christian leaders mobilizing. I would have loved to see a situation where it's an interfaith thing, and you are seeing both Christian and Muslim leaders out there jointly leading, so that they are sending a message to citizens that this is not one faith against the other faith, but these are just criminal elements against the whole of society.
All right, security expert Jai Gaskia, thank you so much for lending in your thoughts, as always. Now, moving on, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is set to return to Nigeria on Monday, which is today, after nearly 2 weeks abroad, according to Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga. Bayo Ononuga, who is the Special Advisor on Information, announced Tinubu's imminent return in an ex-post on Monday. The president had traveled to Paris on April the 2nd for what was described as a 2-week working visit, later moving to London during the Easter weekend. While away, the presidency assured Nigerians that President Bola Tinubu remained actively engaged in national governance. And residents of Kip and Tushura communities in the Federal Capital Territory were all smiles as ongoing road construction projects in their areas neared completion. According to the site engineer, about 50% of the binder work has been completed, with full asphalt layering expected to be done by next week. The target date for completion is May the 14th, 2025. Now, FCT Minister Yeson Wike, who also visited the site, emphasized the economic potential the roads would unlock, noting that better road access could reduce rural-urban migration and lower housing costs as more people settle in satellite towns. On concerns about neglected roads and federal housing estates, the minister clarified that such estates are private development and not the federal government's responsibility.
Like you know, we've been to Katy. Now, this leads to Takoshara. Like the emphasis Mr. President has always made, we should not only concentrate in the cities. We should take development to the satellite town. You can see how happy the residents were in Ketchup in particular, and the heavily populated area. And you also understand, if you go to Takoshara, how happy they will be. I want to commend the chairman of AMAC, who drew our attention to these two very important roads. But for him, probably we would not have, taken our attention to this place. I'm happy with what the contractors are doing. Hopefully, by the end of May, these two roads will be inaugurated as part of the second year anniversary of Mr. President. So we're very happy with what we're seeing.
In a colorful celebration blending tradition and compassion, the China-Africa Mazo Culture Association hosted the 1065th anniversary of the Mazo, the Reverend Chinese Sea Goddess, alongside the launch of the Together Fight Against Hunger charity program at TDH Resorts in Lekki, Lagos. The event, attended by over 200 Chinese devotees and local dignitaries, showcased rich cultural displays with incense rituals and drum beats. Chinese Consul General in Lagos, Yan Yunchin, emphasized the importance of cultural exchange and unity, calling Mazo a symbol of virtue and great love. As part of the newly launched charity initiative, 25 children from low-income households received 100,000 naira scholarships and food supplies, reinforcing the celebration's social impact.
Culture knows no boundaries. So today I'm so glad to participate the celebration of 1065th anniversary of Mazu's birthday, also Olugung's birthday. Yeah, so Mazu symbolizes the godness of sea, and also the symbol of kindness, love for the people. All Chinese people love Mazu, and now Mazu culture is most important part of Chinese traditional culture. And also, I'm so glad that today in Nigeria, especially in my district, and we have China-Nigeria Friendship Mazu Cultural Association. So I think that here they can spread our Chinese culture and also enhance our mutual understanding and friendship between China and the Nigeria people.
Mazu Boyo Cultural Association is more like, is similar. It has similarity with our own Olokun festival. You can see the sighting of the temple is in front of the ocean, and most of the time, like in my own community in Egmi, our forefathers cited this same, cultural heritage that we call Olokun in front of our own lagoon, because Mazu Boyo is a goddess of water. Olokun also is a goddess of water, and Olokun is worshipped all over Nigeria, all over Yoruba land, and by extension to some other African countries, and you can see it now that it's being worshipped all over the world.
News Now will now go on a short break, but still to come, world finance leaders meet in Washington amid global trade war and negotiations. We'll bring you details of the story right after this break. Welcome back. Now let's give you a quick recap of our top stories. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu joined global leaders in mourning the death of Pope Francis, who died at age 88 after a long illness. Pope Francis, who led the Catholic Church since 2013, passed away a day after making an Easter appearance. Condolences poured in from leaders including J.D. Vance, Russia's Putin, and others across religious divides. The Pope was widely respected for promoting peace, interfaith dialogue, and advocating for the vulnerable. Restitute Judo Christians in Plateau State staged a peaceful protest to condemn ongoing deadly attacks on their communities. Organized by CAN and church leaders, the protest mourned over 100 people killed in April and demanded justice and security. The violence recalls the 2023 Christmas Eve massacre, fueling fears of worsening crisis in Plateau and Benue states. Now, in case you missed any of our news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Lime's World TV and AVO TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online. Welcome back. It's time for business news, and Okwayemi Owosheni is on standby. Over to you, Okwayemi.
Thank you, Tamilore, and welcome to Business News. The Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Segun Ajayi-Kadiri, has expressed concern over the global tariff war initiated by U.S. President Donald Trump, warning it could have negative implications for Nigeria's manufacturing sector and the broader economy. Ajayi-Kadiri noted that while tariffs are traditionally used to boost domestic industries, Trump's aggressive push to prioritize American manufacturing risk disrupting international trade, including Nigeria's growing non-oil export to the United States. Now, with bilateral trade between Nigeria and the U.S. reaching 9.59 trillion naira in 2024, accounting for nearly 7% of Nigeria's total trade, the DG emphasized that the tariff hike comes at a particularly vulnerable time. Now, also speaking on the trade war, speaking to TV360 Nigeria about the implications of the tariffs on the African Growth and Opportunity Act, the CEO for the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, Muda Yusuf, noted that Nigeria has not fully capitalized on the trade benefit provided under the Act, especially when compared to other African nations.
When you compare our exports to that of Mauritius, to that of Lesotho, to that of South Africa, what we have been able to export under the Act is very negligible. So with respect to the Act, in any case, the Act is meant to lapse this year, September this year. The African Growth and Opportunities Act is meant to lapse. But given the disposition of President Trump, this we can regard the AGOA as, being terminated or being discontinued essentially. Because Trump is very, bullish, is very firm, is very serious about issues of trade balance. And I'm not sure he's ready to listen to any particular advantage that has been given to any part of the world. So for all practical purposes, we can regard the AGOA as dead. So I think what needs to happen now for many countries, including Nigeria, is to begin to seek diversification of their export portfolio geographically. And the good thing for us is that most of our non-oil exports, even oil exports, are to Europe. Europe is actually a major trading partner, although we import a lot more from China. Then we also have some measure of trade within the continent and all of that. But no matter how we look at it, this development is a wake-up call.
Well, that's it on Business News. There will be no stock market update today as the stock market is closed because of the Easter holidays. Back to you, Tammy, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Okwayemi. Well, on the global scene, Paris will be paying a solemn tribute to the late Pope Francis on Monday night as the iconic Eiffel Tower will be going dark in his honor following news of his passing at the age of 88. Mayor Anne Hidalgo announced the symbolic gesture, praising the Pope for placing ecology at the heart of spiritual concerns and championing the cause of refugees during his papacy. Also, in a deeply moving tribute, the bell of the historic Notre Dame Cathedral rang 88 times, one for each year of the Pope's life, echoing across the city. The city of Paris is also set to dedicate a permanent location in memory of Pope Francis, celebrating a legacy that resonated far beyond the Vatican. And finance leaders from across the globe have converged in Washington this week for the spring meeting of the International Monetary Fund and World Bank Group, with the spotlight firmly on the escalating trade tensions sparked by U.S. tariffs. The meeting, traditionally a platform for discussion on debt relief, foreign investment and development financing, have been overtaken by concerns over President Donald Trump's sweeping new tariffs. The dramatic trade shift has already begun to ripple through the global economy, promoting urgent negotiation on the sidelines of the meeting. IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva has also warned of notable markdowns in economic forecasts due to the growing uncertainty and market volatility. And on entertainment, the famous Lagos Fanti Carnival, one of the city's most iconic traditions, has made a return after a hiatus. Supported by the Lagos State Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture, in collaboration with Robert Taylor's Media and Brazilian Descendant Association, the highly anticipated cultural celebration took place on Easter Sunday at the Members Arcade at Tafawa Balewa Square. First held in the late 19th century by Afro-Brazilian returnees of Yoruba descent, the Lagos Fanti Carnival celebration aims to honor the legacy of the Afro-Brazilian community in Lagos State. Now, TV360 Simisola Adigun has more details in this next report.
The streets of Lagos Island came alive on Easter Sunday as the historic Lagos Fanti Carnival, which captures the identity, resilience and creative spirit of the city, returned to its landscape. Blending Afro-Brazilian heritage with modern Lagos culture, the celebration featured colorful parades and choreography by carnival groups, as well as a rich display of fashion, food and music, showcasing the energy and diversity of Lagos.
With the involvement of technology and the likes, I think I like this stage. I like the fact that the carnival attires and outfits, they are doing better in it. It's beneficial to everyone because now I learned that there are some dressing in Lagos that I don't know. I learned about it today. There are some ways that they do culture. Lagos too has culture. It's not like Lagos does not, people say Lagos does not have culture. Lagos too has culture. So I can just say we should bring back the culture to life. Let everyone be aware of it that Lagos has culture.
Okay, Fancy Festival Carnival is a very fantabulous carnival. It is different from the other carnivals of festival. So this one is 100.
It's okay.
Beautiful.
Well, we're enjoying it, but we can, they can do more better.
With roots stretching back to 1890, this dynamic celebration remains a symbol of history and community spirit.
We are very thankful that the Lagos State government, through the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, have decided to harness all this strength together, bringing all of them together and affording now generation and future generation to see what the whole concept it entails. And not to forget that it also helped to improve the economy of Lagos.
For quite some time, it's been a while I've been at the Fanti Carnival. And for the first time in a long time, I can say this is quite something different from the usual stuff. You know, I grew up around the island and I've been attending the Fanti Carnival since I was a kid. So for the first time, like I said, in a long time, this is something new and the setup is quite different and it's quite magnificent.
As the Lagos Fanti Carnival returns to the city with renewed energy, the Lagos State government highlights the importance of deepening cultural awareness and safeguarding ancestral legacies. Simisola Adigun, TV360 News.
And finally, on sport, all 4 Syria marches scheduled for Easter Monday have been postponed following the death of Pope Francis at the age of 88. The affected features were initially set to take place on the Italian national holiday, but will now be played on Wednesday, April the 23rd. Pope Francis, a lifelong football fan and devoted supporter of Argentine club San Lorenzo, was widely respected in the sporting world. And those are the stories we have on our news bulletin today. Thank you for watching. See you again next time.
Located just 18 degrees north of the equator, Sanya is China's tropical paradise. Agricultural experts are busy creating something with world-changing potential: high-yield hybrid rice. On Madagascar, a new harvest season is about to begin. Just the right time to showcase a new player on the Madagascan agriculture stage: hybrid rice. To date, this high-yielding rice developed in China has taken root in over 20 African countries. So far, it's been a story of unparalleled success, yielding fruitful results in the most important battle of them all: the fight against hunger. In fact, the China-Africa friendship resembles these crops. Everywhere you look here, as numberless as grains of rice, there are heartwarming stories of people striving to build better lives and succeeding. Zanzibar, situated off the east coast of Africa, world famous for its extensive coastline and stunning scenery, it's a renowned vacation destination. At Mnazi Mmoja Hospital in Zanzibar, Chinese doctor Jiang Guoqing is overseeing the preparations for a minimally invasive surgery. Dr. Jiang Guoqing has performed hundreds of surgeries just like this here. But today's procedure is different. It marks the first time his student, Dr. Baya Abdullah Rashid, will be in charge of a minimally invasive surgery. Baya Abdullah Rashid, 53, has been working at the hospital for nearly 30 years. He has trained with 18 Chinese medical teams and recently completed 10 months of intensive training in minimally invasive surgery. Under the guidance of his Chinese mentor, he performed his first minimally invasive cholecystectomy in 90 minutes. Baya Abdullah Rashid is also the second doctor in Zanzibar, Tanzania, to perform this surgery independently after training with Jiang Guoqing, the leader of the Chinese medical team.
So by this method of surgery, the patient will get better soon. So maybe by tomorrow the patient go back home, and after 2 weeks the patient go back to their normal routine work. China medical team, it has been here since I was born. So we are so happy to have a Chinese team here. It helps us, it teaches us, it trains us to be good doctors to help our people here.
About 6,000 kilometers away, on the west coast of Africa, Guinea is home to a modern hospital that represents the hope of generations of Chinese and Guinean people. This is the China-Guinea Friendship Hospital. A Chinese engineer has suffered a sudden stroke. Treatment is needed with utmost urgency. Fortunately, Dr. Ibrahima Sori Soareze is on hand to perform a cerebral digital subtraction angiography on the patient right away. Dr. Ibrahima Sori Soareze received 4 years of neurosurgery training at Huashan Hospital in China. This is the first time he's done an angiography since returning to his home country. A successful surgical procedure. Ibrahima Sori Soareze is overjoyed, and there's one person in particular he wants to share the good news with: his mentor in China. Good morning, Professor. I'm so glad today. This week I performed the first angiogram to diagnose a Chinese patient in my country. Now the patient is fine and awake. And that's not the only life saved by Chinese-Guinean medical collaboration. Generations of Chinese and African people have dedicated themselves to saving lives in Africa, fostering a bond that has endured for over half a century. For over 60 years, from deserts to grasslands, jungles to islands, from the sunrise over the Indian Ocean to the sea breeze of the Atlantic, more than 20,000 Chinese medical workers have journeyed to Africa. They've worked side by side with local medical professionals, saving lives, combating infectious diseases, and creating countless heartwarming stories of compassion going beyond the call of duty. China and Africa have jointly constructed 68 hospitals and 30 malaria control and prevention centers and have trained over 60,000 local medical professionals. The newly completed Africa CDC headquarters in the southern suburbs of Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, has become a landmark in the area.
Nice to meet you. I don't know if this is the appropriate venue for our meeting.
Dr. Rang Kaseya, Director General of the Africa CDC, welcomed a group of international guests.
And we believe that this building is playing a key role. We have the Public Health Emergency Operations Center, one of the largest ones in the world, where we are also providing trainings and support to all of our member states.
As a milestone project in China-Africa public health cooperation and the effort to build a global community of health for all, the modern new headquarters of the Africa CDC will significantly enhance disease diagnosis, monitoring, and epidemic response capabilities across African countries. The Africa CDC serves as a vast network binding together doctors and patients. On its shoulders rests a whole continent's hopes for good health. In short, it stands for nothing less than a milestone in the collaborative effort between China and Africa to build a global community of health for all. In the same year that the Africa CDC was completed, a modern diagnostic reagent manufacturing plant began operations in East Africa. The continent's ability to independently tackle diseases is already yielding results thanks to close collaboration with its partners.
So here is where we do secondary gowning because we are entering into production. This is important to us so that we avoid cross-contamination, the type of product that we put out.
As quality control manager, Lydia's job is to ensure that the products from the first automated diagnostic reagent manufacturing plant in sub-Saharan Africa measures up to the required standards.
So when it comes to the production of IVDs, the RDTs, the requirements are quite stringent. I had to work with one for our China partners in implementing through technology transfer.
Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, spans 240,000 square kilometers and supports a population of over 40 million. However, the Ugandan health sector faces an annual demand for diagnostic reagents of $200 million, with a shortfall of $83 million, even with various forms of support.
Uganda is going through an epidemic transition. Previously, we had a very high burden of infectious diseases, which were almost contributing to over 60% of the burden, which are really contributing the big burden of ill health in the country.
To tackle this challenge, the Ugandan government launched the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda initiative, aimed at promoting domestic manufacturing and boosting local consumption. It was within this context that Microheme Scientifics was established. While Lydia ensures high-quality production at MHS, Dr. Isaac Sawanyena, Director of Lab Science at Uganda National Health Laboratory Services, is set to validate the effectiveness of the diagnostic reagents produced by the factory. This is a crucial step towards the nationwide deployment of rapid antigen detection tests in Uganda.
So I'm going to pick a sample, we put here. And the tests that we are already getting out of them are of good quality. And we know that this plant in Uganda will go a long way to support the countries that are surrounding. It's a big relief that we are moving towards diagnostic independence, but when we're having local production, local manufacturing, it means that we are saving and we are providing diagnostics at a cheaper cost. One is Microhim Scientific that has been manufactured in Uganda with the technology transfer from Wonfo in China.
This efficient collaboration not only saves Uganda over $100 million annually in import costs for diagnostic test kits, but also provides high-quality, affordable diagnostic reagents to the entire African continent. From collaborating on the development of Africa's healthcare sector to strengthening ties in the health industry, patients, doctors, businesses and governments are all key participants and beneficiaries in building a China-Africa health community. In the pursuit of a healthier Africa, the people of China and Africa have shown tremendous goodwill, forging deep and lasting connections. Liu Qing has lived by the Yellow River his entire life. Although his children have always wanted to bring him to the city, he still frequently returns here for a stroll.
我这光这待了30多年了。原来这是地啊，这个全是地，2公里嘛，3、4亩地又掏进去了。
Watching the place where he once lived gradually become desolate, Liu Qing faced a difficult choice: to leave or to stay. What he finds hardest to let go of are the fond memories tied to this land. Over in Rwanda, young Mushimiyimana Leonidas once faced a similar dilemma.
My mother is in agriculture, so he don't have enough means for helping us. At that time, I struggled for paying the school fees at university, at the same time looking how I can help my brothers and sisters.
Due to the low level of local agricultural development, farming could only meet the family's basic needs. Despite these tough conditions, Leonidas managed to complete his university studies, but he couldn't find a suitable job, making his dream of improving his family's standard of living even more distant. Fortunately, the challenges faced by both the Chinese elder and the African youth were addressed by the same solution: Juncao, a hybrid grass developed by Chinese agricultural expert Professor Lin Jianxi. In 2011, Professor Lin Jianxi led a Juncao technology team to Rwanda to work on projects designed to combat soil erosion and preserve arable land. The team also introduced local farmers to the technique of cultivating mushrooms using Juncao. This method, which had previously helped many Chinese farmers escape poverty, offered new hope to Leonidas.
I go back for looking at them, so I start to learn more about the technology. I start a business for producing mushroom using Juncao.
After 10 years of hard work, Juncao has completely transformed Leonidas's life.
We have a house to live. We have a transport means. We have my kids, my 4 daughters. 2 of them, they are in secondary school now. So they from the starting, they studied in the high school.
Many farmers like Leonidas have now escaped poverty and started new fulfilling lives, all thanks to Juncao. Today, Chinese Juncao technology has been introduced to several African countries. The Chinese expert group has established Juncao technology demonstration and training bases in 8 African countries, including the Central African Republic.
J'aime la technologie Juncao, vive l'amitié entre la Chine et la République centrafricaine.
Juncao can be used as a substitute for wood to grow mushrooms. It has become a happiness herb for African farmers, helping them prosper. Professor Lin Jianshi's team also achieved success with their erosion prevention project in Rwanda. Thanks to the findings they made there, they can apply the lessons learnt at home in China. Could Juncao help combat erosion along the banks of the Yellow River?
这个草，聚集草种了100到120天啊，就能够把那个流动沙漠、流动沙丘啊，完全就固定下来。而且我们那个保护岸线，保护那个黄河这个岸线，也起了非常好的作用。
The team at the Yellow River Juncao demonstration base met Liu Qing, who was concerned about the safety of his home. They decided to give priority to sand stabilization along the riverbank near his house.
像小羊一样的，长这么高，1米多、1米2以后，你就割掉。那时候营养最高嘛，1米2到1米5，割完以后它又长，可以割3到4茬。是啊。啊，那个它是越割它。
This solution not only alleviates Liu Qing's worries, but also ensures he no longer has to stress about winter feed for his sheep, thanks to the Juncao, which is now starting to tiller. The happiness herb spreads its fragrance far and wide. The once uncertain African youth is now envisioning a much brighter future. In Rwanda, Kabuye Hill School is celebrating graduation season, and Leonidas is busy preparing for the ceremony. In addition to being the manager of a mushroom company, Leonidas has taken on another role, the principal of Kabuye Hill School. He hopes that his efforts will help pave a path of hope for Rwanda's future.
I would like to contribute to the community where I live to change the life by increasing education.
Small-scale yet impactful livelihood projects are a crucial aspect of China-Africa cooperation. These not just about helping the land sustain its people, but also about making the dream of a better life a reality. Day by day, these initiatives are becoming an integral part of daily life and touching people's hearts. With the seeds of friendship planted, they're bound to yield a bumper harvest of happiness in the future. Nkabinda Nokwazi Priti, a South African student studying in Nanjing, loves the cultural atmosphere of the Confucius Temple. She's also captivated by the tech you see everywhere in China. For her, China's a constant source of new and exciting possibilities.
How do you buy? You can buy on this machine.
I want this one.
You want the ice cream? It's 15.
Yes, it's fine.
For Nkabinda, who is studying mechanical and electronic engineering, the robot that makes and sells ice cream is fascinating.
It's open, right? Open.
The machine is very
interesting.
Yeah.
Remember I told you we are learning the robot? So I would take.
Nkabinda hails from the Republic of South Africa, located at the southern tip of the African continent. Known for its spirit of inclusion and acceptance, South Africa is a nation that people admire. As the second largest economy in Africa, South Africa's National Development Plan 2030 emphasizes youth skills, education and training, aiming to build a stronger economy by nurturing more talent. In 2018, the South African and Chinese governments launched a training project. South Africa's Department of Higher Education and Training commissioned 6 Chinese universities to train 100 teachers in subjects like computer science and artificial intelligence for South African middle schools. As one of the government-sponsored students from South Africa, Nkabinde will spend 18 months studying in China.
When I got this opportunity, I was very excited because China is best known as popular in technology. So.
After completing their studies, Nkabinde and her classmates will return to South Africa. Equipped with knowledge, skills, and a vision of the future, they will mentor other aspiring young people, inspiring them to build a prosperous new South Africa. Franklin Mutisia, a teacher at the Luban workshop of Machakos University in Kenya, will lead the students in an important test today.
Object and activity description. Upon swiping from
Recently, he has been guiding students in developing an application aimed at help blind people become more mobile.
We do collaborate a lot, and our students were motivated to want to assist the students who study at the School for the Blind, and they came up with the application.
To help African countries train the specialized talent needed for industrialization, several Chinese vocational schools have established training programs in Africa. Franklin Mutisia is part of the first group of teachers trained at the Luban workshop at Machakos University.
The university adopted the engineering practice innovation project initiative through the Luban workshop, and we have seen a positive impact in how our lecturers deliver content, especially engineering students are now able to tailor their projects or rather research to the current industry standards.
Under initiatives such as the Belt and Road Initiative and the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, China-Africa Vocational Education Cooperation has flourished. More than 10 Luban workshops have been established, helping tens of thousands of African youths find career direction. China has set up multiple scholarship programs to support outstanding African students studying in China and has trained over 10,000 African teachers. Additionally, vocational technical schools and training centers have been jointly established. Countless African youths have found their life direction and realized their aspirations, continuing the enduring friendship between China and Africa. Every morning, Max Yolando from Côte d'Ivoire leads a group of local young students as they run through the streets of Zambia. He also has a Chinese name, Yan Ming.
小的时候，我们看那个电影，学习功夫也是一个梦想。我就跟我妈妈说了，我说我长大的时候，我必须要到中国学习功夫。我在少林寺大概有5、6年，就专门的去学功夫，还有了解中国的文化。
This year, Max is taking his students to China for a global Kung Fu event. He hopes they will not only showcase the Kung Fu they have mastered, but also gain an appreciation of the cultural significance behind it.
我说功夫不是打架的。第一个，你要努力，不管你遇到困难，别放弃。第二个，你要做的不是为了你自己，为了 你的下一代，为了你的国家。
On July 12, 2024, hundreds of competitors from 47 countries and regions around the world gathered at Songshan Mountain in Henan. For Max and his students, it's a momentous day. At long last, they've come to the birthplace of Kung Fu.
不管你是赞比亚，不管你是马里，不管你是布基纳法索，不管你是科特迪瓦，我们都是在一起。到中国，也是属于说一家一样的。
Because it's amazing. And if you look at the competition, there's so many people from all over the world. Kung Fu unites the world. I think it's great.
It's very important. Yeah, I'm glad that they opened the gates for everybody.
This is more than just a competition. It's also a gathering, a forum for people from around the world experience the inclusive Chinese culture through Kung Fu. It's a connection that resonates deeply, transcending language, race, and nationality. Beijing's Hohai Lake has been a center for cultural exchange since the Yuan dynasty. Today, it remains a vibrant platform for sharing the very latest and hottest trends.
Hello.
Every Wednesday and Saturday, a djembe band performs beside Hohai Lake.
那么今天我们就来先学习曼丁非洲舞的3个基本音：东、都、大。 低中高。2012年第一次接触非洲鼓，从09年开始形成就是一个鼓剧的形式，现在15年了。我每次打鼓全年50多个星期，每周2次，几乎是不间断的。马里巴亚萨，哎，马里巴亚萨。
The djembe band has become a feature of life around Hohai Lake. Passers-by are truly captivated by the way the drummers freely express themselves through their rhythmic beats.
I 觉得收获最大的就是快乐，就是内心的快乐。
特别在拍打这个鼓点的时候，能够特别激发人的内在的一种动力。
用自己的手掌和鼓接触，你就会感觉非洲鼓的那个声响和自己的身体是融在一起的。我觉得这个就太 amazing 了。
This is the essence of cultural exchange. It stems from pure appreciation, a love for all things beautiful. Friendship, which derives from close contact between the people, holds the key to sound state-to-state relations. The bond between the people of China and Africa is one based on a genuine sense of admiration. Over the years, this has evolved into a shared aspiration for a better life. It's this shared hope for health, happiness and fulfillment that has enabled the China-Africa friendship to take root in the hearts of both peoples. What's more, it's a relationship that's growing stronger and enriching more lives with every day that passes.
as Pope Francis dies at age 88. Jos residents stage protest over Plateau State killings. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu returns to Nigeria from Paris trip. It's glad to have you joined us on the news on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Tamilore Akinkwole. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has joined global leaders in mourning the death of Pope Francis, who passed away at the age of 88 on Monday morning, just a day after making a surprise Easter appearance at St. Peter's Square. In a heartfelt tribute, President Tinubu described the late pontiff as a humble servant of God, a tireless champion of the poor, and a guiding light for millions. The president urged Nigerians and the global community to honor the Pope's memory, not just with word, but through acts of justice, unity, and mercy. The death of the Argentine-born Pope, who led the Catholic Church since 2013, has drawn condolences from world leaders across faiths. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, Russian President Vladimir Putin, Israeli President, Iranian officers, and Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky also paid tribute to his legacy of peace building, interfaith dialogues, and advocacy for the vulnerable. Pope Francis had been hospitalized for over a month with double pneumonia, but made a public appearance on Easter Sunday before his passing the following morning. And in Nigeria, amid renewed violence and growing casualties, Christians in Plateau State staged a peaceful protest on Monday to decry the unrelenting attacks that has ravaged communities in the region. Organized by the Church Denominational Leaders Forum and the Christian Association of Nigeria in Plateau State, the march served both as a call for peace and a solemn tribute to the many lives lost. Men, women, youth, and the elderly took to the streets holding placards and banners, visibly grieving and demanding justice. Organizers said the peace walk was prompted by the persistent and bloody attacks, blamed largely on bandits, with over 100 people killed, and the latest wave of violence in April alone. The recent violence has reignited memories of the 2023 Christmas Eve massacre in Bokos, which claimed around 150 lives, deepening fears that security crisis in Plateau and neighboring Benue State continues to spiral. And it's been 18 days since armed men yet to be identified launched a deadly attack on several communities in Bokos, Plateau State, leaving many residents dead and property destroyed. Now, the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development visited the area to commiserate with victims and assess the situation. He stopped at the Church of Christ in Nation and Thomas Catholic Church in Bokos, assuring residents that the Nigerian government is providing temporary relief, including over 400 bags of rice, roofing sheets, and building materials. He added that additional support will be provided in collaboration with the state and local governments, stressing the need for a coordinated response.
Number one is food, which I provided temporary food. I brought 450 bags of rice, and some other. I brought roofing materials. I brought building materials for them too. We need to add more from what they're asking me to do. We need to add more, which I'll reinforce and ensure that we add more. But I think we'll talk also with the state government and local government also, because when it comes to humanitarian activities, it goes beyond federal government. The immediate government is the local government and the state government. Work together with them to ensure that we give dignity. Like I rightly mentioned to them that any Plateau son now that is playing politics with the life of these people is unjust to these people. These are innocent people. They're just living in peaceful communities, serene community. As you can see it, very, very serene, and a quiet community who are just local farmers in the community, and being murdered, being killed, their property being destroyed, their livelihood being destroyed is just not just unjust, but inhuman. And I think, as far as I'm concerned, we work with every son of Plateau.
Villages that have been vacated because most of them have been burned down and the people killed. And most of the people here in this village are either in Bokos or inside Hurti.
Now, joining me to discuss the recent resurgence of insecurity in the northern part of Nigeria, security expert Jaye Gaskia. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, what do you make of the resurgence of violence in the northern part of the country after a period of relative calm? And what could you say is fueling this fresh wave of attacks?
Thank you very much for having me. I think that there are a combination of reasons and factors why we witness a resurgence. And I know that people sometimes don't like to also, mention some of the facts that are obvious. But if we look at the history of violence in our communities and in our country, we see this cycle of resurgence, and it may, just like the minister alluded to in that in his when in that interview, we cannot also completely rule out the fact that politics may also be playing quite a big role in the current dispensation, because usually when we are mid-term and beginning the second half of a regime, and people are beginning to prepare and mobilize again for elections in less than a year or a year and a half. We begin to see some of these mobilization of grievances, and when that is done, then people, conflict entrepreneurs, people who are simply just would derive some benefits from violence and conflict are also watching the situation, and they also seem to want to take advantage of the situation. So sometimes people like these who organize this kind of criminal attacks and activities also look to see a period when they think that there is quite a number of fault lines in the context in terms of the relationship between politicians and so on and so forth, and so therefore also relative vulnerability of communities, and then they strike. They seize that opportunity to strike. So we cannot completely rule out the fact that that may be a factor. That said, I think that the biggest challenge really with and why insecurity seems to we seem to be having this resurgence of insecurity in more or less like in a cyclical manner. More or less even predictive cyclical manner is really because of also what I would call the complete emasculation of the third tier of government and the complete absence of governance at the local government level. The minister again mentioned the fact of talking to local governments and the rest of that, but I mean simply, there are really no local governments, and so who are you really talking to? So until you do have a government at that level that can respond to issues, not just the issues of development, but also the issues of security, then it will be very difficult to actually contain this.
All right. Sorry to cut you short, but now let's talk about the people. We see that the people in just staged a protest. Now, from a security standpoint, how effective do you think peaceful protests like this would draw the attention of the government, and they would actually make actions to protect these people?
Yeah, I mean, basically people are protesting because really now you have to really take your own, you have to take your destiny into your own hands, because it seems as if people have been abandoned. They seem to be not to be protected. So the best way, the best way for people actually to act now, other than to take the laws into their hands, is this kind of peaceful protest to call the attention, to draw the attention of government and relevant government authorities to this institution. But this people have taken their own initiative. I would also expect